Hello, everybody. I am so sorry for the delay in starting the broadcast. I think am I hearing to myself or not? Let's see. How is the sound? Let's see how the sound is. Hold on a moment. I am in Buenos Aires, Argentina still. So we're still, still kind of getting everything set up here. Let's see. I'm going to check on my phone. I was trying to do it without my headphones. Well, that's not working. I'm going to check on my phone. Seems fine. Seems good. Seems good, right? Good? All good? All right. Let me know if there's problems. So, I'm doing this in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and when I go somewhere and I have my remote set up, it always takes a few streams to kind of figure out locally how we do things and get everything set up. So I think we're good right now. I think we're good. But we can always try to make some fixes. Okay? All right. So, we're going to cover the winter storm. We're going to cover some Minneapolis stuff. We're going to talk about other stuff. We're going to talk about the storm first. But again, I do apologize for the delay. Everything just got delayed. There was some stuff I needed to deal with, to fix and deal with. But seems like it's working. Ooh, I see. All right, hold on. Got to turn that down. Yeah, and now I have to, once again, I have to deal with every 5 minutes people in the chat telling me how tonight's the night for Iran. Whereas, so 3 weeks ago, every night it was the supreme leader is dead and the supreme leader has fled to Russia, and now we're back to tonight's the night for Iran. So that's now going on. I mean, I don't. There very well could. President Trump could definitely take military action in Iran. That certainly could happen. I would not be surprised at all if that happened. But again, we have the everybody saying, you know, it's in 5 minutes and it's tonight, and this is happening on the flight radar and everything, you know. So I would advise people to be a little cautious about everything. Okay, hang on a moment here. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I think we're good. The mic might be a little high. Again, I'm not using my normal setup, so let me make a quick adjustment here. I was looking at the microphone levels. Maybe a little high. Testing 1, 2, 3. I think that might be a little better. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way, as we get started here. You know what? Also, I can't even tell. It's everything is all funky. You know what I should also do? I should look and see how's the lighting. Bump up. Let me bump up one of the lights maybe a bit more. There's a whole thing here. All right, which one is this? Maybe bump this up a little bit. Which one's that one? Oh, I didn't want to do that way. That wasn't the way I wanted to do it. This way. I see. Oh. Yeah, I could bump up the lighting a little. People were saying it was maybe a little dark yesterday. That might be a little better. I just brightened one of the lights a little bit. Brighten that one. How about that one? I don't want it too bright. Blow my eyes out. Is that a little better? Maybe. How are we doing? There's one adjustment I may want to make in a second. I think we're all right. You know what? They did it again. YouTube did it again. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I literally checked YouTube 3 different times before the stream to make sure I had set it to no mid-roll ads. And then somebody said I got an ad. So I go and check again, and it's set for mid-roll ads is turned on. They've had this issue for the last week or two on YouTube where you change the setting before the stream and then it just changes it back. Well, now I have to send them feedback right now. I mean, it's just ridiculous. For the last 2 weeks, I set my live stream mid-roll ad settings as usual to manual. But every stream, after the stream starts, my viewers say they are getting mid-roll ads, and I check the settings, and YouTube has switched it to automatic. Can you please fix this? Thanks. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I literally checked it 3 different times before the stream. Check because people have been talking about it. And then I check it 3 times and it's fine, and then the stream starts and they change it. So why even have the setting to change it before if it's going to change it for you? Sorry. It's ridiculous. It's really bad. I mean, that should not be happening. That should not be happening. So I'm very sorry for people who have been getting mid-roll ads. We don't do mid-roll ads. All right. So thanks for letting me know. As you can see, I just wrote them feedback. Okay. Now, what I need to do is check how things are looking here. All right, so let me thank a couple people, and then we're going to get started with everything. Thanks so much to our member Thorn Ravenstar. Thanks to our member Rivka Sprunk. Thanks Dodger Blue to you. Thanks Minna Finland. Thank you. Dingbat. Thanks so much for your support in the memberships, Dingbat. Also, thank you to all of our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you so much. Janet B is moderating. Roberts May Queen is moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much. Also, hang on a moment here. Hang on. We have moderating as well. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And we have over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And also we have moderating on Facebook. I want to thank them. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Cecile47 from Norway. She says from Norway or from weak Europe, as Trump calls it. Thank you, Cecile. That's very kind of you. Cecile47. And, oops, I'm hearing two of myself. We don't want that to happen. I thank Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. Kay Lowry, Bonnie, Margaret Riley are moderating over there. Thanks very much. So let's talk about this storm, this winter storm. Keeping an eye also, there's a protest going on, a march in Minneapolis. Why am I not hearing that? There's no sound. Is there sound? There should be sound. Yes, there isn't. Hang on. Let me check something. There should be sound on this video. I'm going to show you guys a video. I'm not hearing sound on it. Let me see if you guys hear sound. This is a live video from Minneapolis. Let me put it up on the screen for you here. Oh, I am hearing sound. There is sound on it. All right, let me show you this. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just get it on the screen for you. What am I doing here? This is live in Minneapolis, so let me just get this up on the screen so you can see what I'm looking at here. Thanks for your patience. This is some sort of, I think it's an ICE out of Minneapolis march. All right, let's look at this for a second. I'm not hearing anything. Are you? I think it's like low audio. Why is the audio so low? Can't hear anything. Could be. Let's turn it up a little bit. You can see it. There's very low sound. Why is the sound so low? I think it's just low on the, it's just low audio on the thing. I'm like barely hearing anything. Yeah, I mean, there. Oh, I can hear a little bit, but not much of all. I can barely hear a little. Super quiet. Right? I can't turn it, it's so, here, I can turn it up a bit. What I got to do, I don't want to put my headphones, all right, hold on, let me do it this way. I'll do it this way. You know what? Let me ask about it. Let me what I'm going to do is, this is the way I got to do it. All right. What I'm going to do is, let me ask Reuters about the sound. The sound seems really low. So let me ask them about that, because that's not ideal. All right. Now what I have to do, I have to switch it so I can hear through my earphones, my headphones. So when I do this, I think the broadcast, don't ask me why. I'm going to switch to my headphone sound, in theory, and when I do this, things are, I think things might pause for a second. So if the broadcast pauses for a second right now, give it like a second or two, okay? I'm going to switch it to my headphones for this broadcast because the other way wasn't working. So again, if things pause for a second or two, just wait and they'll be fine. I'm going to do it right now. All right, give it a second. Hold on. Hang on. I think we're good. I think we're good. Now, what if I do this? There's this. Gosh, I can't hear anything. You can barely hear. There's a microphone issue. Yeah, they're having issues with their sound over there. Anyways, so I'll keep an eye on this. Right now, I'm going to focus on the winter storm first, but there is this rally thing going on in Minneapolis. Okay. I want to talk about the winter storm first. I want to talk about the winter storm. We got to keep our focus. Thank you to Eastern Sierra Skies. The other thing we got to do is I was going to pull up my Radar Omega, and my Radar Omega just updated, so I got to figure all that out. Let's check out Radar Omega. So that's obviously not radar. That's some sort of prediction thing. It updated and I got to figure out, I got to reacquaint myself with everything. So why am I seeing this stuff in like the blue, like the colors? This is Radar Omega. And let's see if I can just get this dealt with. Now this is all acting weird. Something else I got to do now. One other thing. Hold on, I got to do one other thing. Give me a second. Real quick. This will take 2 seconds. 2-second thing. Okay, that should handle that. Now. All right, so we need, I just want the radar. I don't want anything besides the precipitation radar. Okay, now it's I have to just fix everything here. Everything's like reset. How do I get it to not show the? I want it to just not show the radar sites. They all have. Oh, it's not doing that. That's fine. All right. So what else am I seeing there? I'm seeing like the winter outlook, winter weather. Oh, day 1. Okay, maybe that was it. Okay. Now, all right. Here we go. Things are better. This is the winter weather radar right here. I also think I want it to be. I don't know that I love the black. One of our viewers. Don says, I'm in Midland, Texas, in that big blob. Winter mesoscale discussion, winter mixed precipitation. We might have to read that. So this is the current radar. Oh, this is like radar and satellite? Or no, this is radar. So, yes, so green is rain, and blue is snow, white is snow. The dark blue is, I believe that's heavier snow. Yeah, that's all snow. And then orange is mixed. All right, so this is what, just to give you a sense of some of what we're looking at right now. I'm going to show you the forecast, but I just wanted to show you the radar. And then, what is this? We'll show you the National Weather Service stuff. Okay. Mesoscale discussion, a plume of mixed precipitation is expected to substantially increase into early evening from west to north Texas into southern Oklahoma. Sleet should be the primary precipitation type, with the freezing rain line gradually shifting south. Initial rates should generally be light before increasing tonight. Initial swath of precipitation has been increasing over the past few hours across the south central plains to central Texas. The northern extent of this precip shield is about to overspread a southward moving nose of sub-freezing surface temperatures across the low rolling plains, centered on the surface ridge over northwest Texas. Okay. This should initially impact areas near to southwest of, is it LBB Lubbock? But it will increase greatly in aerial coverage by the late afternoon into early evening. Light freezing rain should be anticipated where surface temps remain in the 29 to 32 Fahrenheit range. Sleet should be the overarching precipitation type through, that's like 8 p.m. Eastern, or 7 p.m. Eastern, as the low-level warm theta E advection in the 850 to 700 MB layer contains an above-freezing warm nose atop the increasingly cold boundary layer. Pervasive surface dry advection will slow the northern extent of winter precip reaching the surface, especially in Oklahoma, through early evening. This also should aid in yielding generally light liquid equivalent rates until tonight. That's a summary of precipitation in the area from the National Weather Service. Things are going to get worse, and we're going to talk about some major impacts coming up in multiple states from this winter storm in this weekend. But you are seeing that orange area is a mix. Going to be cold and icy, said Ed Scarborough. I want to show you what the National Weather Service said about all of this. I think I heard back about the sound on that video. Let's see. Oh, okay. Hey guys, Reuters says that they're fixing the sound on the Minneapolis stream. I'm going to show you some of what National Weather Service says about this storm. It's scary. Hold on, you'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second. They have the snow map and the ice map. Look at this. Let me just read this for you. A little summary here. Winter storm watches, warnings, advisories, and ice storm warnings are in place for millions of Americans. This is pretty bad. Are in place millions of Americas? That's two typos. It should say 4 millions of Americans. And it says, are in place millions of Americas. Huh. Someone's not paying attention there. In addition, yes, as one of our viewers said, that's a lot of Americas. Heavy snowfall is forecast from Oklahoma to the northeast, where over a foot of snow is possible for some locations through Monday. I haven't looked today. Last night they were saying for the Boston area, a foot to 2 feet of snow in a lot of Massachusetts, which is a ton for Massachusetts. Hold on a second here. Hold on one sec. Evan thinks it's a nothing burger, the storm? Let me show you the snow. Let me show you the snow map and the ice map in a second. So again, over a foot of snow is possible for some locations through Monday. Heavy snowfall is forecast from Oklahoma to the northeast. This is over the weekend into Monday. In addition, widespread freezing rain and sleet are expected across the southern plains, lower Mississippi Valley, the Tennessee Valley, and the southeast. The storm will cause significant to locally catastrophic ice accumulations, with the potential for long-duration power outages, extensive tree damage, and extremely dangerous or impassable travel conditions. Now let's look at these maps here. Okay, I got to do this way. Let me do it so you can see it. Hold on a moment here. Oh, this will be perfect, actually. We're talking about the snowfall. We're going to talk about something in a second. Look, okay, I got the map up. This is the National Weather Service snowfall forecast map, guys. Check it out. Check this out. Can I get it all on the screen so you can see it? I'm trying. Oops, you can't see the colors. I need it so you can see the colors. Now you can see everything. Okay, there is your National Weather Service. Now that forecast was made at about 5 hours ago. So I'm sure they'll be updating this. But what you're seeing is dark orange is a foot to 18 inches, and red is 18 to 24 inches, and the light orange is 8 to 12 inches. So, I mean, look, a bunch of Oklahoma is over a foot, according to this, and some of Missouri and Arkansas. And you have that 8 to 12 inches goes a bunch of Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, some of Ohio, a bunch of Kentucky. And then for the Northeast, in terms of the snowfall, look at that. A lot of Pennsylvania. Most of Pennsylvania is over a foot. Some of it over 18 inches. Most of New Jersey's over a foot. Most of New York State is over a foot. Pretty much all of Massachusetts and Connecticut and Rhode Island are over a foot, with Massachusetts over, some of Massachusetts, look at the Boston area, it looks like maybe over 18. And then a lot of New England is over a foot. And then we have Texas, North Texas, 6 to 8 inches in that yellow area. I mean, that light yellow is 6 to 8. Light yellow is still 6 to 8 inches. Linda says that truly sucks. Not a guy says, I think we're expecting at least 10 inches here at North Shore of Long Island. Well, on this it says, looks like 12 to 18 on Long Island, but I can't really zoom in on this. Michael S. Avery says Michael Avery says it's a Mamdani test. West Frank says the ice is what's worrying me. We're going to talk about the ice in a second. Eddie says, here in Miami, it's nice and sunny. Well, I just so happened to end up in, well, I planned it, but I'm in Buenos Aires. So I left the cold in Boston 2 or 3 days ago, and now I am in Buenos Aires where it's summer, and it's 87 degrees here. So I can't say I'm complaining about the weather here. But yeah, I mean, this is a lot of snow, but let's talk about the ice too. So that's the snow map. Now I'm going to pull up the ice map. Okay, ice accumulation forecast. Oopsie. Here is the ice accumulation forecast. So, if you look at the left there, let me do it this way, actually. Let me do it this way, because some information is missing the way I did it. Here it is. Let's do it this way. You'll see it better in 2 seconds. Okay. Now, you know what I have to look up? It's actually a good AI question or a National Weather Service question. Let me look up here, because this is telling you how much ice there could be, but that you might want to get some context for how much a certain amount of ice can cause problems. All right. Let me see if I can find a good summary for you. One moment here. Because otherwise I'm just showing you amounts. Okay, according to, I asked Gemini AI. Now I know AI isn't perfect, but according to Gemini AI, they say that 1/4 to 1/2 inch is generally considered the threshold for a disruptive ice storm. They say when you get to 1/4, 1/2 inch, you can have weight of ice on power lines combined with even light wind can cause them to snap or transformers to fail. Larger tree branches can begin to break, falling on cars, homes, or power lines. Satellite dishes and cell towers can experience interference or physical damage from ice accumulation. That's 1/4 to 1/2 inch. according to Gemini AI. And then Gemini AI says over half an inch, they say, is considered a major weather emergency. Entire trees may uproot or split down the middle. The sheer weight of the ice can cause older roofs, carports, or awnings to collapse. And they say at this level of thickness, over a half an inch, they say entire utility poles and transmission towers can buckle, and power restoration in those circumstances can take weeks, days, or weeks rather than hours. So, again, that's according to Gemini AI. They say that half inch is the threshold for significantly disruptive ice storm, and then, quarter inch is the threshold for significantly disruptive ice storm, and half an inch is major weather emergency. That's what Gemini AI said. Let me see something here. Oh, and I'm looking at a website at Purdue University, Midwestern Regional Climate Center, says when ice accumulates to 1/2 inch or more, the major and crippling effects of ice storms occur. So again, that's from MRCC. That's in Purdue. And they say, again, okay, according to Purdue University MRCC website, they say that a quarter inch of ice will glaze roads and seriously impact travel, result in some tree damage, and cause power outages. However, when ice accumulates to 1/2 inch or more, the major and crippling effects of ice storms occur. So, and also they say severe winds worsen the effect by causing added stress to trees and power lines that have ice on them. I'll post a link to that site that talked about that, and you can read it yourself. All right, so keeping that in mind, what we just discussed with the quarter inch and half inch thresholds, now that we have that perspective, now let's go back and look at the ice accumulation forecasts. So dark red is 1/2 inch or more. Light red is quarter inch or more. And the purple is over a 1/2 an inch. Light purple, 3/4 of an inch. Dark purple is 1 inch. But remember, a 1/2 inch is seen as the major threshold. And everything in dark red or above is 1/2 inch. And with the light red, a quarter inch is seen as where you get significant ice impacts, as I just read you. One of our viewers said, I live in the purple. Tanks a lot. So, I mean, just eyeballing this, you have this huge area of the purple here. Ice over 3/4 of inches in northern Louisiana, some of eastern Texas, southern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, some of northern Georgia, and then that dark red, which is over a 1/2 an inch, major ice impacts. Again, a bunch of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, northern Mississippi, a bunch of Tennessee. A lot of Tennessee is in red or dark red. The dark red is 1/2 an inch or more. A bunch of northern South Carolina, a bunch of northern Georgia. Not to minimize the ice, there can certainly be problems with lesser amounts of ice. But again, that gives you a sense of the problem ice areas according to National Weather Service. By the way, thanks so much to Kenneth Colton. Kenneth says, poor exploding trees. Thanks, Kenneth, for your support. Thanks, Polly. Polly questioned when I said I just so happened to leave at this time. I honestly had no idea I was going to leave right before the big winter storm. Thank you, Polly. I appreciate that, Polly. Thanks, Oren Quake, for the membership. Thanks, Julio Limos, our member. Thanks, Eastern Sierra Skies, our member. Also, thanks to Honeybee Fly, who said, I'm in Pennsylvania. We get winter here, but I'll take the snow over the ice any day. Praying for those of you in the States that are going to get the ice. All right, hold on a moment. Oh, I think I didn't mention North Carolina. I'm totally sorry. I totally forgot to mention North Carolina. My brain stopped working. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, the one state I did not mention was North Carolina, where a huge portion of North Carolina, is in the red, and then a very sizable portion of North Carolina is in the dark red, which is half an inch or more. And much of North Carolina is at a quarter inch or more. So a quarter inch, according to what I had read before, is where you get the significant ice impacts and major ice impacts. Major ice, how did I describe it before? I'll have to look it up, is half inch. Those are the two thresholds. I had just read a couple articles about a half inch, a quarter inch, and a half inch. But look at a lot of North Carolina is either in a quarter inch or half inch. Well, give me 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds here. Again, Purdue University said a quarter inch of ice will glaze roads and seriously impact travel, result in some tree damage, and cause power outages. However, when ice accumulates to 1/2 inch or more, the major and crippling effects of ice storms occur. Purdue University mrcc.purdue.edu also says that unlike snowstorms, the damaging effects of ice storms can go on for days or even weeks. I mean, they're saying because in snow you can plow it, but with ice, the effects can go on for a lot longer. Wow. All right, so I want to show you some more forecasts here for what's going to happen. This is very, very concerning. I'm going to show you the current precipitation radar, too, and take some comments. Okay, so this right here, oops, hold on, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment, just a moment. You'll see it in a second. Now, why aren't you seeing it? There it is. This is radar Omega, and this is the current winter precipitation radar. So the green is rain, the orange is mix, and the white is snow. And the blue is snow with the white is. I think there might be a little blue in there. I want to take some more comments here. Daryl says it's the very cold after the snow that's got me more worried. We'll have to talk about temperatures too. Our viewer Betty Westbrook says, "I am in the 50 half-inch of ice in North Carolina area, dreading this." Truth WSY says it's not warming up anytime soon. Also, Jamie Langerich says, "Open at cabinet doors, slow drip faucets." Okay, so we're going to talk more about this weather. Okay, I want to show you some different things about it, but this is a nice segue. So let me just get this ready here. This is a nice segue here. I'm going to pull this up here. Hold on, real quick. Where is it here? Got to find this. Okay, so we do have a sponsor of today's broadcast. It's a new sponsor, which I'm excited about. And I'm excited because it's a sponsor that you guys talk about in the chat all the time. They are called Kalshi. Kalshi, you guys talk about Kalshi all the time. Kalshi's a prediction market, online prediction markets. You can go there and you can trade on various world events. You can also go there and use it as a way to check what people are thinking about events. So, for example, look. There's a Kalshi market on snow in New York City from January 24th to 26th. How about that? So many of you know about Kalshi. Kalshi.com. So just so you can see what people are thinking, here is the current Kalshi market about snow in New York City from January 24th to 26th. There is now the odds go up or down depending on how people are trading in the market. So it's if you're trading and you want to buy above 10 inches, it costs 67 cents, and then if it happens, you get $1 back. Although I believe what you can do, you can go to Kalshi and check it out and read about it. You don't have to wait. You can buy it and then sell it. Sell what you own. But again, right now the odds, when the odds are higher, you'll make less on what you bought if it actually ends up happening. But 67% chance of it being above 10 inches, 47% chance of above 12 inches, above 15 inches, 25% chance. Actually, there's all these options. There's markets for all of these. You can go above 2 inches, above 4 inches, above 6 inches, above 10 inches, 12 inches, 15, 18, 20, 24 inches. So anyways, a bunch of you are aware of this. You can go there. If you want to, you can trade in the markets. A lot of our viewers like to go and just see what people are thinking. So there's like markets about Iran and all lots of other stuff. Anyways, so the one other thing I want to mention about this is Kalshi.com. And I will say this, that the other thing I wanted to mention about Kalshi is, if I can pull it up here, if you give me 2 seconds. Where is it here? Where is it here? It's right here. Yes. I appreciate Kalshi being a sponsor, and if you want to, you can go to Kalshi.com/agenda free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing. And I will post that link in the chat right now. And it's in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So there you go. Kalshi.com/agenda-free is the link for that. So thanks to Kalshi. Okay, now, I wanted to show you some updates more about the particular weather stuff. I wonder if they've done an update today, if NWS, are they doing video updates now yet, National Weather Service? Sometimes they do it. I don't see one on their site. Oh, I know what I want to show you. Right here. NWS SPC. Is that the one? So many sites. This is the key messages for the major January winter storm from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. But what I'm going to do is actually get it on the screen in a better format for you so you can actually see it better. Okay. Widespread heavy snow and crippling ice. They call it crippling. Crippling ice expected through Monday. A significant winter storm is expected to threaten nearly 180 million Americans. What's the population, about 330 million? That's more than half of Americans. A significant winter storm is expected to threaten nearly 180 million Americans, and with widespread heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain from the southern Rockies to New England through Monday. Extremely cold air will follow, prolonging dangerous travel and infrastructure impacts into next week. From the southern Rockies to New England, it will threaten nearly 180 million Americans. Widespread heavy snow and sleet. Heavy snow is forecast across a large area from the southern Rockies and plains through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. Maximum snowfall totals are likely to exceed 1 foot in these regions. South of the heaviest snow, a stripe of significant sleet accumulations of 1 to 3 inches are likely. The snow and sleet will create widespread travel disruptions, some of which could last for days. That's just from the snow and sleet. Then you have catastrophic ice accumulation. Catastrophic ice accumulation. Widespread freezing rain is expected south of the primary snow axis. So south of the primary snow axis, widespread freezing rain, affecting parts of the southern plains, lower Mississippi Valley, Tennessee Valley, the southeast, and the mid-Atlantic. Long duration power outages, extensive tree damage, and extremely dangerous or impassable travel conditions are likely. Catastrophic impacts are expected where freezing rain amounts exceed a half inch, with over 1 inch totals possible in parts of. The half inch is what we talked about. Catastrophic impacts are expected where freezing rain amounts exceed a half inch, with over 1 inch totals possible in parts of northern Louisiana, central and northern Mississippi, southern Tennessee, and the southern Appalachians. So again, long duration power outages, extensive tree damage, and extremely dangerous and impassable travel conditions are likely. But half inch, where freezing rain amounts exceed a half inch, is catastrophic impacts. The over a half inch, again, looks to be, if the dark, well, it's a little confusing. Dark red is over a half inch. So when they say freezing rain amounts exceed a half inch, I assume they mean that's over a half inch of ice, but that seems like maybe two different things. B. Harris says, bring it. SoCal Deb says, that map is wild and dangerous. Hey, thanks to Jasper1888. Let's see here. Our viewer Butterfly Girl says, make sure you have your flashlight batteries charged or have batteries for them. Ruth says, there is reason to be, it's really bad. I think she's responding to somebody. Alex McIntyre thinks there is too much fear-mongering about the storm. I mean, these impacts sound pretty bad, Alex. Hey, the last part of this from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center at the bottom there. It says extended impacts. In the wake of the storm, communities from the southern plains to the northeast will contend with bitterly cold temperatures, hampering cleanup processes. So after the storm, bitterly cold temperatures will hamper the cleanup processes, effectively prolonging infrastructure impacts and hazardous travel through at least early next week. Preparation should be completed immediately and forecast closely monitored for updates. Our viewer Roberson says they don't use the word catastrophic very often. Eternal thinks this ice storm is going to make history. LF Fire, I certainly am planning on keeping an eye on this, and we very well might have more coverage over the weekend on this. Thanks, Jennifer Taylor and Cecile47 and Quiet Wyatt Beats, thank you. And Luis Fernandez, thank you. Jamie B78, Jamie RB78 says it's definitely not fear-mongering. Yeah, guys, some people keep messaging about Iran and Israel. Look, what I'm going to say about Iran right now is this. President Trump has announced, I think, has said that at some point he might launch some sort of strike on Iran. We know that a U.S. carrier group is moving to the Middle East. Jennifer Griffin, as Faytux News points out, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says the USS Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is not yet in the region. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News said, U.S. official source, thanks to Faytux News for pointing this out, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says, official source, USS Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, not yet in CENTCOM area of responsibility, which I believe includes the Middle East. Yes, CENTCOM's area of responsibility is the Middle East. So it is not yet in the Middle East area, it's not yet in the CENTCOM's area of responsibility. It has not crossed the line of demarcation from Indo-PACOM to CENTCOM in the Indian Ocean. That means the USS Lincoln Carrier Group is not yet in the Gulf of Oman within striking distance of Iran. It will be days, if not a week, before the Aircraft Carrier Strike Group will be on station, based on distances involved and speed of strike group from open source information. That is from Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. I'm guessing this will not help matters, and people will be posting every 5 minutes in the chat convinced that there will be an Iran strike tonight, just as people posted every 5 minutes in the chat telling me, well, not every 5 minutes, but it was very often, weeks ago, people were posting in the chat every number of minutes insisting that the supreme leader of Iran was dead or that he had fled to Russia. So I am certainly keeping an eye on things. But again, I would maybe just relax a little bit about thinking it's going to happen in an hour or two because random accounts online tell you it's going to. Okay, anyways, but that's a helpful update from Jennifer Griffin from Fox News. I haven't heard of any kind of reports about one of our viewers, Lewis, said, I heard there's an attack on Israel. I have not heard anything about an attack on Israel, Lewis. I will let you know if I do. No, the people posting the Iran stuff are not trolls. But again, there's always going to be accounts online claiming that it's happening tonight or it's happening today. But it just doesn't seem like again, Jennifer Griffin posting that the aircraft carrier group is not in the area yet. Okay, now. See, some people are sending me some stuff too. All right, I want to. You can. I'm going to check the chat. You can write to me also at Lookner on X. And give me 1 second here. One of our viewers just sent me something from National Weather Service Norman. Marcia K. Next, the National Weather Service Norman says, next on deck, southwest Oklahoma and parts of central Oklahoma. People in the green shaded area should expect sleet and some freezing rain moving into this area within the 4 to 7 p.m. time frame. You can go to NWS Oklahoma Norman's to see that. So all these different NWS offices are posting about this. I'll keep an eye on those reports. I'm not in Boston right now. I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Give me one other second here. I want to check a couple things. I got to check a couple things. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Where is this here? There we go. We could be doing a lot of storm coverage this week. We'll have to see. And who knows what other major news events will be happening. We haven't even talked about Minneapolis yet. One of the viewers mentioned the scanner. I haven't even checked the scanners. By the way, I'm looking at a new snow total map for it's Boston 25 News, and Boston 25 News has most of Massachusetts, except for like the far southeast and the Cape. Boston 25 News has most of Massachusetts getting 15 to 20 inches of snow on Sunday and Monday. And then also they have on the east coast of Massachusetts, a bunch of the east coast getting, including right around where Boston is, up to 2 feet of snow. which is crazy. Yeah, here just so you can see it. This is the snowfall map for National Weather Service. Just to give you one example of a place. This is for New England region, and you can see it's pretty much in Massachusetts and Connecticut and Rhode Island a lot of 12 to 18 inches. Actually, Long Island is on there too. Let me move this up on the screen for you. Again, this is just one region. They say snow amounts confidence medium. High confidence for a foot or more of snow, especially north of Connecticut-Rhode Island border. Lower confidence in amounts for Rhode Island and southeast Massachusetts. And that's just one location. Where is, what I should also do is, by the way, everything here in pinkish is in winter storm warning. Winter storm warning. Let's go to this. Oh, everything. I mean, that's all in there. It's amazing. What I need to do is I need to get up on, again, I need to get some of the local National Weather Service offices up here. So there's so many of them, but let me just maybe pull a couple of them up here. Should have done it before, but I have my map of the National Weather Service offices list. Where is my map? There it is. They have a bunch of offices. There's Little Rock and Memphis and Springfield. There's too many. There's not too many. I just all to do at once. Just give me 2 seconds. This will be helpful. Raleigh, Blacksburg, Louisville, Jackson. Oh, they did an update. Hold on. Hey guys, I got a couple of updates here from the National Weather Service local offices, which is interesting. Let me see if I can show you these. These might be interesting. Where is it? Yeah, is this new? Is this new? Yes. Hey, we got a new update from National Weather Service Raleigh.
Shows.
Let's watch this. Let's see some of this. This is the National Weather Service Raleigh Raleigh, North Carolina did a video update about 25 minutes ago. Let's see a little of what they had to say. Just to fix this, though. I didn't know that the local branches were doing updates. Earlier today. I don't want that. That'll be confusing to the people. How about this? And a National Weather Service update from a short time ago. You'll hear it in a second. Let's hear what they have to say.
Of the 20 National Nick Petro with the National Weather Service in Raleigh with your 4 p.m. update here this Friday of the 23rd of January. Okay, so there have been a few more changes as the afternoon progressed.
I'm going to listen to this for a second, but I don't know what it's going to be like. This was a briefing from... I'm going to take this off the screen here because it's confusing. But let me just see. I don't know if this video is just him just reading what's on the screen. So let's just see what they have to say. This was about a half hour ago. Central North Carolina winter weather briefing. Just want to see what they have to, a little of what they have to say. Oh, by the way, a quick thank you to... Hold on a second here. Sorry, I need 2 seconds. It's so confusing. So much going on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. There's so much there's so many places things are going on. It's going to be crazy because it's going to impact so many places. All right, I just messed that up. Really quick. I missed a couple thank yous here. Quick thank you so much to Faustina from Norway. I appreciate it, Faustina. Also, 5T3N89. I'm going to try to do that, 5T3N89. Thank you. Also, Luis Fernandez, 9739. I'll keep an eye on it, Luis. I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, supposedly if the U.S. strikes Iran, or Iran might launch something at Israel or Middle Eastern countries or something. We'll just have to see. That wouldn't be surprising if it happened, but we'll have to see. But again, Jennifer Griffin says that the Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group is not yet in the Middle East within striking distance of Iran. It's not in the CENTCOM region. And it's not expected to be there for several days. Which suggests to me that if the U.S. is going to strike Iran, it's not going to be for several days. Thank you, Luis Fernandez. Also, Neo Trips. And Dodger Blue to you and Golden Kitty 87. Thank you. And also, quick thanks to... Sorry, I got behind here. Thanks to Jax, Haku, and Qbat on Twitch for your support, and CC and Dragon Fury and S Stern 42. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Also, thanks to our moderators. Hearsay, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. They are moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. I really appreciate it. Also, our moderators on YouTube, Ruth, and she is over there right now. Thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating. Janet B is there as well. Thank you so much. Thanks to Step 1 for being a member. I'll have to check on that, Step 1. Thank you. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators. we have moderating right now. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Margaret Riley, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let's check. Some of this. Oops, I'm hearing two of myself. I think I'm not. Okay, let's see. We're going to look at a little of what there was a National Weather Service Raleigh Central North Carolina update. North Carolina is supposed to be impacted pretty bad by this winter storm. So let's just listen to, I'm not necessarily going to listen to the whole thing, but let's hear a bit of what they had to say.
Changes as the afternoon progressed. So I'm glad you're all with me here to go through this all. A winter storm warning is now in effect for much of central North Carolina, with the exception of, at least in the Raleigh coverage area, Wayne, Sampson, and Cumberland counties. So, you might be wondering, well, okay, why just an advisory further east? Well, this basically just boils down to amounts and impacts. So we expect the further you go south and east, the warmer it's going to be, the lesser the precip amounts, and overall the quicker change over to rain, which would basically, limit the impacts and the amounts anyway. So not to say that the advisory area won't see any freezing rain and ice. It's just not enough to trigger a winter storm warning. But that ties into impacts as well. So, if you're from anywhere from Fayetteville to Clinton to Goldsboro, yeah, it won't be quite nearly as bad as places further.
I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. This is like a 20-minute update. So I just want to get to where he's talking about more of the impacts that are going to happen. Hold on a second here.
Still some, like I said, still some hazard. Speaking of north and west, we made a slight west.
Here. Let's see right here. Play. Here we go. Give it a second, you'll hear it.
Winter weather advisory for the purple or blue counties. And I kind of already elaborated to the what, when, and impacts. I'll hit on those here more in just a moment. But again, no major changes to the hazard table here. Still expecting, at the very onset, maybe a little coating of snow up near the Virginia border. But really, most folks are going to see it start as sleet, and that won't be until the evening tomorrow. And then eventually it'll mix with and change, or change to, I should say, freezing rain and some ice accumulation. That would be more like Saturday night, overnight into Sunday morning. Again, the heaviest ice accumulations will be in the north and west across the Piedmont of North Carolina. Again, late Saturday, more like Saturday night through Sunday evening. Obviously, travel hazards will be a big deal. Black ice will continue to be a big deal subsequent nights. Where the heaviest ice accumulates will have the greatest concentration of power outages and fallen trees. And actually, there might be, you might think that the falling trees or power outages and falling trees are over, when you get up Monday morning, but it's going to turn pretty gusty, the wind, during the daytime Monday. So any tree limbs or tree branches that are just kind of dangling, the wind could be just windy enough to knock those down, and it could result in some additional power outages. So don't be surprised if you had power through the whole event, and then suddenly in the afternoon, just when you thought it was getting better, something new pops up in terms of a power outage. And then finally, we've been kind of emphasizing this point for a while now, but it's going to turn really cold behind that front by later Monday, when that Arctic air ushers in, and single-digit lows Monday night. Okay, so this is our forecast sleet total. We broke out the sleet. We did find a way in our internal system to create this map that just shows sleet. We were kind of merging it with the snow, but we found a way to break it out. And so, if you're basically up near Roxborough, Winston-Salem, and points north, I'm going to forward 3 inches of.
I'm going to forward to where he talks about the ice. Here we go. Here's where he talks about the ice.
Okay, because the further south you go, the quicker it will change to freezing rain. And now, speaking of that freezing rain, the image on the left shows basically the best case scenario. And essentially how we derive this is looking at the range of models. And the image on the left shows shows the lowest 10% of the model's configuration for freezing rain. Let me state this another way. There is 90% of the models show more ice accumulation than this. So 9 out of 10 models show more ice than this, okay? The one in the middle is the most likely outcome. And again, you could see that swath from Henderson, Roxborough, Durham, Burlington, Greensboro, Asheboro, Lexington, Albemarle. That's the corridor where we think the greatest number of power outages will be tree damage due to the heaviest amount of ice accumulation. But this is pretty much what we expect will happen, okay, with lighter amounts as you go south and east, particularly further you go east of I-95, the less, because it's going to change the rain there fairly quickly during the day on Sunday. And now the image on the right is kind of the worst case scenario. It's not the what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not the absolute worst case scenario, but 90% of the models show less ice than this. So this is like the top 10% of the models in terms of the highest ice amounts. 90% of the models show less ice than this. So that's why we show this as kind of a worst case scenario. It's that same corridor: Henderson, Roxborough, Burlington, Greensboro, Asheboro, Lexington, Albemarle. You know, if you know the top 10% of the heaviest icing models happen, that you could get an inch of ice, okay, which would be more prolonged power outages, and you know, quite a big deal. Okay, so that's how you use these, as we call them, probabilistic ice amount numbers. Okay. Which, by the way, are new this year. Last year, we didn't have probabilistic ice. So this is definitely an advancement of predictability for us here at the National Weather Service. Okay, let's shift gears to, well, before I show you this, let's switch gears for just a minute. And what I want to do is take you to the kind of the reflectivity simulations. Bear with me here while I change screens.
All right, so I just wanted to, there's a whole... This is like a 25-minute update. I just wanted to play a little of what he was talking about there. About that's just one area. I mean, this is National Weather Service Raleigh, so it's focused on that part of North Carolina. So there's all these different National Weather Service offices, and some of them they're doing these individual updates. If you're in one of these areas, I would go and check with your local National Weather Service office. And I was gonna also, there was another one which had posted something too, an update. Was it Jackson, Mississippi, who posted an update about the ice storm, they called it. Winter weather briefing for Jackson, Mississippi. So maybe I was gonna check out what they had to say. Let's check out a second of this. Hold on. I'm going to check some of the. This is going to be the NWS Jackson, Mississippi. Hold on a second here. Building Karma says Charlotte, North Carolina here, hoping it goes north. Tax the lawmaker said, I like that weather forecaster admitted the models we have show this spread and not this is what's going to happen. All right, let's see here. Jackson, Mississippi. Let's talk about this. Where is...
Significant extreme impacts to portions of the area starting late tonight. Weather briefing for the winter storm coming up this weekend. We're still expecting significant impacts for portions of our forecast area starting later tonight through the weekend. Dangerously cold temperatures and wind chills are expected during and following this winter storm event. So again, like we have been saying, a major winter storm is expected to bring significant extreme impacts to portions of the area starting late tonight through Sunday. So it's going to be a long duration event. Two main waves of precipitation will occur with higher amounts with the second wave on Saturday night into Sunday. So what we mean by two waves is that there's not going to be a break in between them. It's going to be a period of heavier precipitation, Then you might have lighter precipitation where you might get more glazing and things of that nature, very light precipitation. And then as you get into Saturday night into Sunday, the intensity ramps up. So there could be some higher amounts with that second wave Saturday night into Sunday. Primary precipitation types will be freezing rain and some sleet, especially in areas to the northwest with that second wave or that other intensity where that colder area has a chance to push in a little bit more. You might get some sleet across southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, and across portions of the Delta. We expect severe power outages and hard travel. Significant and long-lasting impacts are expected for a good portion of our forecast area. Dangerous cold is expected this weekend into early next week. Areas can see temperatures below freezing for 2 to 4 days. So it's going to be very cold with lows in the teens and even some single digits. So we are worried about the cold as well. So things that have changed since we talked to you yesterday, all right? You see this red area, we are more getting some more information. Think that this area down through here towards Natchez and Winsboro and these parishes in northeast Louisiana will be into the significant area. So if you live in these red areas, please prepare for an ice storm, okay? And then also you see that we have pulled out the areas of the Pine Belt as well too. So we're expecting more rain to happen up here and more down here. We're expecting more rainfall. And there could be a brief changeover, but not enough to cause hazardous travel conditions, okay? So what I wanted to say is you see Metro Jackson is in the orange and hugging that red and orange. I want to tell you that if you live along these boundaries, don't worry about these boundaries. If you live adjacent to the red, you're along these boundaries, you might as well consider yourself in the red, okay? So Jackson metro area, go ahead and start preparing for numerous power outages across the metro and portions down through here in between the Natchez Trace, along the Natchez Trace and points west and north. Prepare for a significant winter storm or ice storm, please. We want you guys to have everything in order. You have time to get that as well. So here's the only earliest reasonable time. Southeast Arkansas and the North Delta and portions of the extreme northeastern portions of northeast Louisiana is going to start later on this evening, okay? So have your stuff in order this evening. As we get into tomorrow in this area, have your stuff set by tomorrow afternoon. For the Jackson metro area in orange down towards Brookhaven, it'll be in the evening time on Saturday. After evening, we expect conditions to start to deteriorate. So have your stuff together before Saturday night. And then other areas further to the south and east, have your stuff together before Sunday morning, okay? So you still have time to get your things in order. You know, you're going to have time today, and portions of the area have time for us tomorrow. You're going to have a long period of rainfall across some areas where it says until afternoon Saturday. It's going to
again. This is we're listening in on some of the report given a little earlier today from Jackson, Mississippi. So this is a particular, the National Weather Service has regional offices, and this is a forecast for this area, which is the National Weather Service Jackson, Mississippi headquarters office.
Rain most of the time until that time. So you still have time to move around, especially in the areas with the orange, yellow, and some of the red. You still have some time to get preparations, okay? Again, this uncertainty area has the most uncertainty, so it can be subject to some of the highest potential of error and most frequent forecast adjustments, okay? Temperatures here will be near freezing. The longest in the front slow to move. This will cause dramatic differences in impacts across short distances. Where the line actually sets up will largely dictate these outcomes. So, like if you had that orange and red line transverse the city of Jackson, you can see like Hines County could get up to 1/4 to 2 inches of ice. Something crazy could happen across Hines County, And then as you go over to Rankin County, you may not have that much ice. You might be into the rain the entire event and only get a glaze of ice. So that's what we're talking about. It could be something very, very abrupt where one side of the county gets something, the other side of the county doesn't get a thing. Okay, so that is what we're worried about. That's why we have this Natchez trace zone with the uncertainty, because you could be on the wrong side of this line and get a significant ice storm that you may or may not have prepared for. So that's why we're telling everybody, prepare now, get your stuff in order, have your heating sources, have your food in order, have everything, be ready to shelter in place for a couple of days. One other caveat that we like to throw in is on Sunday morning, this is the probability of winds gusting over 20 miles per hour. This is near 100% across the Delta, southeast Arkansas, and northeast Louisiana. And if we have those power lines that are heavy and trees that are heavy, you start moving and creating stress on them when they're heavy, they could come down quicker. So that could cause more down trees, more power lines, and more significant power outages. So please be ready for that. That starts mainly Sunday morning between 6 and 10 a.m. As the front really kind of pushes in. So please be prepared for that. Here's our current watches and warnings. As you can see, we have expanded our ice storm warning to include lots of areas down through the northeast portions of Louisiana. And again, like I was telling you, this area with Claiborne, Adams, down towards Natchez, you guys will probably be added into the ice storm warning at some point here in the next day or so. It's due for the lack of, it's a timing issue. So if you live adjacent to this deep purple, okay, you live in a county adjacent to it, consider yourself in the purple. So Madison County, Hinds County, consider yourself prepping for a major winter storm. Down towards Natchez, Adams County, Claiborne County, prepare as if you're going to get this ice storm warning. And then as that affects and as it goes through, Rankin and Hinds and so forth, be prepared, because as that line starts to creep closer, it could be an impact for you as well. And these watches as well could be extended to include portions north of Meridian down to Hattiesburg. It just depends on how everything sets up. So dangerous cold is going to be another factor that we worry about. It's going to be cold after this.
Look at
so
this.
Any ice and accumulations and things of that nature that happens will stick around. We're talking about wind chills below zero across the north in the single digits. Highs freezing are going to be below freezing for several days. So extremely cold. Please prepare yourself for the cold as well. So here's the probability of a quarter inch of ice or more. This is where a quarter inch is our winter storm warning criteria. And you can see that we have probabilities all the way down through Jackson, through Natchez, 30 to 40%, up to 100% and 80% up through the Delta of getting a quarter inch or more. And you see where these probabilities are 40, 24%. If you go next, and this is the probability of a half inch, you still have a 13% of seeing a half inch. So that's still significant. And notice how it lines up against that Natchez trace where we have that greatest uncertainty. So if you don't move these lines, you could be on the wrong side of the line and you can get a half inch ice. Okay, so that's what we're trying to point at. And even if we get up to an inch of ice, you still see the probabilities, even if it's only a 1% chance that you can see, at least, let's say, in the Jackson metro area or Natchez. The fact that that's a chance is a problem. So please prepare for a winter storm, for an ice storm, prepare for power outages, prepare to be sheltering in place for several days after this, okay? So again, significant to extreme impacts are going to start later tonight and last through Sunday. It's going to be a long duration event. Please prepare for the ice storm. Primary precipitation types will be freezing rain with some sleet. Dangerous cold is expected for the weekend to early next week. We will be doing a Facebook Live later on this evening. We'll put that out on social media so everybody can look at that. We also will be doing more updates through the weekend. Have a good day.
So that gives you a sense. I mean, that's just the Jackson, Mississippi area, right? But it gives you a sense of what they're looking at there and the issues there. You know, that you have your, real worries about the ice, and then, for example, and the extended they weren't talking about snow as much in that area. But there they were talking about the ice and then the extended cold temperatures and the winds. So, again, that's just one area. And I will, again, just show you the overall maps in case you haven't seen them from the National Weather Service. They have these nice countrywide maps. Ann, our viewer, Ann THYG says Cleveland, Ohio, here 9 degrees. Oh, hey guys, new update from National Weather Service. I have a new map from them.
Older every has.
Oops, hold on, that just started playing again. We don't want to do that. Here, National Weather Service, new post. Audrey Burbank, our viewer, says, ours is starting tomorrow. Take this storm seriously, folks. Moderate to major impacts are expected from the central U.S. through to the Northeast today through the weekend. Hazardous to impossible driving conditions are expected. Avoid travel if at all possible. Widespread closures and disruption to infrastructure may also occur. Stay weather aware and up to date on the latest alerts. All right, yeah, so look, this is the map I wanted to show you here. It's, can I get this on the screen in a way that you can see it here? Here it is, I got it. That's the precipitation radar. I have so many maps here. Hold on, I got to get rid of some of these maps. I have 5 maps in front of me. Too many maps. Is this the one? Okay, this is it. Here, new map. Now this one, can you see this here? This is by the type of, the level of impact. Trying to get it so you can see it. Okay. There. Minor, moderate, major, and extreme impacts. So I'm not seeing, so there's a bunch of major impacts. Major impact says, hold on, can I pull this down here? There we go. Major impacts is widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. Dangerous or impossible driving conditions. Expect considerable disruptions to everyday to daily life. Now, extreme would be expect substantial disruptions to everyday life. Life-saving actions may be needed. Now, I guess the good thing is we're not seeing the purple, right, on the map, but we're seeing lots of red. I mean, it's just the difference is you have expect disruptions to daily life, expect considerable disruptions to daily life, expect substantial disruptions to daily life. Oh, yes, people saw Memphis. Exactly. Our viewers, sharp-eyed viewers, said that they spotted purple here. Wow, look at that. Area around, I guess, well, Memphis is up here. So it's not, it looks more like it says Memphis there, I know, but it looks like it's more northern Mississippi. More like northern Mississippi, kind of, right? Am I seeing that right? Maybe a little southern Tennessee. That's where the purple is. I mean, but I don't want people to focus on that and think, oh, everywhere else is fine. No, major impacts is really bad. Look at everything. Look at everything in red. Red says widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur, and that's in the red. So don't think, I can't really, this is not an interactive map, so I can't zoom in. But I just hadn't seen this map before, this particular one. William Harley says red is bad, extreme, major is extreme is rare. It's called major. Yeah, extreme is rare, William says. But at least this gives you a sense of, where we're looking at, the problem areas. So for tonight, I guess the first part, so we should look, I wasn't even looking at the Missouri offices too. You look at like southern Missouri, southern Kansas weather offices. Let me look those up and just see those. Hang on. Give me a moment here. I have my National Weather Service map. Wichita, Springfield, Paducah, Louisville. What would be the weather office, the NWS office for that northern, we were on the map, we were seeing that extreme impact area in northern Mississippi. That's probably Jackson, right? Let me look it up I have a National Weather Service map. So this map, this map, it's not totally up to date, but this shows you where the National Weather Service forecast offices are. So, NWS Memphis, right. So our viewers are saying this. National Weather Service, let me make this a bit bigger so you guys can see. It's actually an interesting map. Can you see it anymore? Let's see. No, now you're cut off. Well, let's do this. Hang on. Right. So, I think that if I remember right, the worst in Mississippi was in the north. That'd be National Weather Service Memphis area there. All right. Thanks for mentioning that in the chat. So let me just see, what is National Weather? What is NWS Memphis talking about at the moment? A couple things I want to mention they posted. I'm going to go to their website too. National Weather Service Memphis said 2 hours ago, update. Not much has changed with the total snowfall ice amounts. Keep in mind there will be quite a bit of sleet mixing in along the I-40 corridor, which will contribute to extremely dangerous road conditions. Do not be out on the roads unless you have to be. All right, so this is the snowfall and sleet forecast in Memphis area. Hold on. You know what? The way this is formatted, it's a bit. Let me just do it like this. I'm just going to do this so I can get it up for you on the screen. So in this part of the country, see, it's interesting. This is really interesting. If you look at that, notice that. So here's this. This is the southern border of Tennessee, right? We're not talking about. So we saw on that other map, the National Weather Service map had the storm impacts, the extreme. A bunch of that was in northern Mississippi, and you might think, oh, well, that's where all the snow is going to be. But it actually isn't there, because this is south. I mean, this is northern Mississippi right here, if I'm looking at this right, I believe. Let me just see here. Yeah, because western Tennessee is above northern Mississippi. So you look at that, and you're not seeing. Well, where did I go here? Hold on. So again, this map here, see, it says extreme impacts. The purple is in northern Mississippi. Right? Here. And so, but you look at the NWS Mississippi, map that I was just showing you. Hold on a second. Now that I got everything screwed up here. And that's not the area with the most snowfall in the storm. Here's northern Mississippi. But the problem is not necessarily the snow. Let's go to here. Let me show you this from National Weather Service Memphis. Here. Total ice forecast. This is the problem. This is the major problem there. And this is why I'm guessing a big reason why that they're in that extreme impact area. Look at this. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Okay, that's pretty crazy. This is the total ice forecast for, so that's Tennessee and that's Mississippi, although I don't know if some of this is Alabama. Some of these areas are over an inch. Crippling ice storm. Remember, a half an inch is where you get the major ice impacts. So if you look at the scale on the right, dark purple is over an inch. Light purple is over 3/4 of an inch. So this Memphis, Tennessee is here. That's again, this here is going to be Mississippi, and is this the Alabama border? I have to look this up. How far over does it go? Hang on, I'll check a different map. Corinth is in the northeast of Mississippi. Yes. So I believe if I have it right, this line here is the this is the Alabama-Mississippi border. So Corinth is in Mississippi. So this is northern Mississippi. Oh, one of our viewers, Tanks a Lot, says I live in Corinth. But these are some really crazy ice totals. Again, some of that is over an inch of ice forecast. Echo? Are people hearing echo? Nobody else said they're hearing echo. One person said they heard it. Everybody else says it's fine. Okay, so that is certainly a big problem area to be keeping an eye on. National Weather Service Memphis, which part of their area is in northern Mississippi, and it says crippling ice storm. All right. By the way, thanks to Esteban, K4F, who said embrace the penguin. I appreciate it, Esteban. Also, you got the wrong guy, our member. Sabrina Kasha, our member. Sydney91, our member. Stup1, our member. Jason D in California. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Also, did I say thanks you got the wrong guy, member? I think I did. So again, this is really interesting and very concerning. But again, this might be the worst of the ice. Just to repeat here, I was showing you this map here from the National Weather Service, which is their impacts map, and overall impacts map. And the purple is extreme impacts. And the one place I saw the purple, now again, red is really bad, orange is bad, but the worst of it was the worst impact area they had was northern Mississippi. And then I went to northern Mississippi and the National Weather Service Memphis office, which covers northern Mississippi, and we found that the ice forecast for some parts of northern Mississippi is over an inch. And this here is northern Mississippi. So that's certainly an area to keep an eye on. I mean, lots of areas going to be severely impacted. Jimmy ZNJ says, I imagine some storm chasers might be out intercepting the ice. I know it's an interesting question. I don't know how a storm chaser is going to be out going where the ice is. Obviously, you got to be really careful, but they don't want people driving in these impacted areas. BZ says, make sure to have plenty of fuel for those generators. Let me see. There's another graphic here, I think, on the Mississippi site, or on the National Weather Service Memphis site. But again, north of Mississippi is not where you're going to be getting the worst snowfall. But it looks like it's it's one of the worst, if not the worst places for ice, which is a bit south of the snowfall, because I guess they're going to get freezing rain. Wow. Also, something else to keep in mind about the National Weather Service Memphis area, which includes northern Mississippi. They say we are going to be below freezing for a long time, at least through next Wednesday, and even then very briefly before the temperature drops again. Be proactive on protecting your pipes. Protect people, pets, pipes, and plants, guys. This is from National Weather Service, Mississippi. Look what they say. Protect people, pets, pipes, and plants. Insulate pipes if possible. Open up sink cabinets to expose pipes to heated air. Disconnect hoses. And turn off water to sprinklers. Pets. Keep your pets warm and dry and indoors as much as possible. Ensure their food and water doesn't freeze. Limit outside time and keep them bundled up. If possible, with plants, cover them before cold weather sets in to help retain some heat. People, minimize time outdoors, prepare for power outages, check on elderly and other vulnerable people to make sure they're okay. Are there horses in those areas? One of our viewers said. I can't. I wouldn't be surprised if there are, but I can't specifically myself speak to the animals in northern Mississippi. I would think if people have farms, there'd be a lot of animals. Tanks-a-Lot said lots of horses. Tanks-a-Lot is there, I believe. One of our viewers, JPav, says at my local grocery store, all the shelves are bare. All right, so that's something to keep in mind. So certainly one of the areas to watch, lots of areas going to be severely impacted, but one of the major areas to watch is northern Mississippi. By the way, the Weather Channel has named this Winter Storm Fern. Just to be clear, the authorities, like the National Weather Service, does not name winter storms like that. The National Weather Service doesn't call it Winter Storm Fern. I believe it's the Weather Channel. I do want to mention another boat strike that happened too. Another boat. I think it's the first one maybe in several weeks. I'm going to mention that in a second. Hold on a second here. Wikipedia says, in the 2010s, winter storm naming became controversial, with the Weather Channel coming up with its own list of names for winter storms, similar to that of hurricanes. The marketing and hype of weather became a big part of media revenue in the 1990s, says Wikipedia. The Weather Channel critics contend that the naming of winter storms was a way to hype winter weather. On the East Coast between Virginia and Connecticut, however, the region on average sees far less snow than many areas of the USA, but has the largest media market. Most government and research meteorologists argue that winter storms can reform more than once, making the process of naming them both difficult and redundant. The U.S. National Weather Service has refrained from commenting on the system and stated that they do not name winter storms. DFC Jester says create fear and panic. I did see that the FCC, which is a government agency, referred to this as Winter Storm Fern. Look, FCC, stay updated on Winter Storm Fern. But again, the National Weather Service isn't calling it Winter Storm Fern. I'm not calling it Winter Storm Fern because the National Weather Service isn't. Mad Mike says, we had heated waterers for our hogs in Missouri. Flip My Bit says they're based. Hey, really quick update here. It's been a while since there was one of these. Another boat strike in, this is the Southcom area of responsibility. So I'm assuming this was either in the Caribbean or the Eastern Pacific. That's my assumption. Eastern Pacific, there it says it. At the direction of Secretary of War Steve Hegseth, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. The U.S. government has designated certain groups terrorist organizations because they say they're engaged in narco trafficking. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known narco trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco trafficking operations. 2 narco terrorists, the U.S. government calls them, were killed, and 1 survived the strike. Following the engagement, Southcom immediately notified the Coast Guard to activate the search and rescue system for the survivor. I think it has been several weeks since one had happened. Yeah, this is in the Eastern Pacific. Let me show you a map here. This is Google Maps here, but if it's Eastern Pacific, so it could be, near, this is the Eastern Pacific here. So it could be near Colombia or Ecuador, for example. It could be anywhere in here, but I assume if they think the drugs were going north, maybe it was up here somewhere. I'm not sure, but here's the Pacific. This would be Eastern Pacific would be over here. I don't have the exact location. And when was the last one? Wikipedia says that this is the first one since December 31st. Am I right, guys? This is a list summary of strikes on vessels. this is from Summary of Strikes on Vessels, right here. Right? It says that the last one was 31st of December. Ace Fram says that we know about. So that would be the first one in 23 days. Now, what happened is, in the interim, there was the Venezuela attack. What day was the Venezuela attack? January 3rd. So December 31st was the last previous strike on an alleged drug boat. Then January 3rd was the attack on Venezuela where Maduro was captured. And then this is the first announced boat strike since then. Tough Guy Walkman says no jail, no torture, instant death. Well, they said one person survived this strike. Oh, hold on a second. I do want to mention this. Give me a quick moment here. We have to talk about Minneapolis, guys. We haven't even talked about it yet. We have to. By the way, the White House posted this about an hour ago. It says, "Embrace the penguin," and I believe that's President Trump walking with a penguin towards it. I believe that's the Greenland flag there. Yeah, that's the flag of Greenland. So you can interpret this as you will. Yes, now so one of our viewers said penguins are not in Greenland. Penguins live in the southern hemisphere, is that right? According to Google AI, penguins live almost exclusively in the southern hemisphere, which would not be Greenland. Wikipedia says the same thing. I don't know if that's supposed to be part of the troll or joke or whatever. Anyways. So that was posted. Ralph Morris says, "What a time to be alive." Now, Give me 1 second here. Just give me 1 second. We should. April Coco says maybe Trump plans to take the South Pole next, or South. Did you say South Pole? I think. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on. Couple things I got to do. By the way, a quick thank you to, oh, that's good. Hold on, I lost my train of thought here. There's a bunch going on. Oh, just let me check the news for 2 seconds because we've been talking so much. All right, just give me 2 seconds. We got to talk about Minneapolis. We haven't talked about it at all. We have this big weather story. But don't forget what's going on in Minneapolis. Hey, thanks to Esteban says, embrace the penguin, reference Herzog film, Encounters at the End of the Third World. Is that, if it's a reference to that, I don't know if many people got it. If that's true, I'm not sure that it is. Thanks, Esteban. Thanks, you got the wrong guy, and the Alaska are a member. There was a big protest today. We were showing you a bit of that. Hang on a moment here. Minneapolis, White House. Oh, there was a news conference by ICE today, too. ICE and Border Patrol. Hang on a moment. Do I have that here? Yes, I do. We might have to take a look at that. We might have to take a look at, maybe not all, but some of what ICE and Border Patrol gave a little news conference today. So I want to mention that. Sorry, just give me just too much going on. Just wait a second. Just wait a second. Let me get organized here. Yes, AP confirms the boat strike that the U.S. announced today was the first boat strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat since Maduro was captured. There's this. We got to talk about this story here. What happened to the video? Oh, there's some sort of event going on right now in Minneapolis. I have live video of it. Let's check in on that. This is the a news conference in Minneapolis. ICE out news. Let's see what this is all about. This is an ICE out news conference, guys, in Minneapolis right now. Hold on. Let's check in on this and see what's happening here.
Against anything and anyone and any system that attempts to deny our love, our unity, and our peace with one another and with our God. This is a battle against the forces of division that want us to spend more time fighting about the problem than we spend solving the problems.
There was
a bit today with the spiritual power, believing that God is with us. And our unity and love.
There was a big march today, an anti-ICE march, day of action. Reuters says civic leaders and labor unions have planned a day of action and a general strike in Minneapolis. I don't know how many people didn't go to work today in Minneapolis, to oppose the U.S. government's surge in immigration enforcement agents in the city. And this is the news conference after the march, I believe.
To us, we are to be the one Minnesota that we are called to be. I read a sign out today that said, Minnesota nice is going to break the ice. And we can walk confidently in that, knowing that God has already given us the victory. And that is why today is a day of prayer and fasting and truth and freedom, because truth matters. And the truth is that God is always on the side of the vulnerable over the empire. And we are making it clear today what side we are on. The side of love and joy and peace and faithfulness and gentleness and kindness and patience and self-control and what is right in the eyesight of our Almighty God. Because I want to tell you today that we are on the winning side today in the face of darkness. And in the midst of being enslaved, in the midst of being beaten and murdered and imprisoned and marginalized, I hear the songs of my forefathers not waiting for victory to show up, but boldly claiming what God already has given to them. I can hear the songs that come, the melodies that come out of their voice that say, victory is mine, victory is mine. Victory today is mine. I told Satan, get thee behind, because victory today is mine.
Hey, I want to mention, Reuters reported about today that they said this was a day of protests and walkouts against President Trump's deployment of thousands of immigration enforcement officers in the Twin Cities. This was an ICE out. This has been an ICE out day of action in Minneapolis, with organizers and participants saying scores of businesses across Minnesota closed for the day, and workers headed to street protests and marchers in what they described as a general strike. I don't know how many people marched and how many people didn't work. The protests came after senior Trump administration officials called for cooperation with local Democratic leaders to calm tension after weeks of sometimes violent confrontations between ICE agents and protesters opposed to Trump's crackdown on immigrants. There were protesters, dozens of clergy members were arrested as they knelt on a road at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport today, says Reuters. Also, it's cold. One of our viewers said, Gamer something, it flew by, talked about how cold it is in Minneapolis today. The temperature in Minneapolis right now is minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. That's right now, and minus 10 in Minneapolis. It's supposed to get down to about minus 18 overnight and into the morning.
Of race, immigration, or social status is honored. That is why we are here today. Today is a historic day, a day when federal government tried to divide us, and Minnesota said no. We are united. Across our state, federal immigration enforcement has been relentless. Families have been terrorized. Daily life has been disrupted. Schools have moved to remote learning because parents fear for their children's safety. That is shame. All of that has been justified by a racist lie targeting the Somali community in Minnesota. But we are proud Minnesotans. And this reckless operation, known as Operation Metro Surge, led to the killing of our neighbor, Renee Good, who was a mother and a beloved neighbor. And before her body was even cold, the federal government labeled her as a terrorist. Shame. That is not justice or accountability, but a violation of human dignity. As Muslims, we know this pattern of all too well: dehumanize, label, and justify violence. That is shame. But today we are not gathered out of fear. We're gathered out of love for our neighbors, for our children, and for our future. When the violence escalated, we did not turn away. We showed up, we shared food, we marched together, and many of you stood outside our places of worship to protect those inside while we prayed. We will never forget such a solidarity and a dignity in action. Thank you, Minnesota. And today we are not here only to grieve, but to also demand justice. We demand ICE out of Minnesota now. ICE out of Minnesota now. ICE out of Minnesota now. We demand accountability from DHS and ICE and to end federal attacks on immigrants and the Somali community. And to our community, immigrant community, I say this clearly to you. You are not garbage. You are gorgeous. You are not foreign, you are familiar. You are not far away, you are our future. And to the federal government, look at this gathering here. Look at this gathering here. I know you're watching, take good pictures. Your division did not work. Your demonization failed. Your cruelty has been exposed. Because when human dignity is honored, truth always wins. We will not be labeled. We will not be silenced. We will not back down. May God grant us justice and peace. Thank you, Minnesota.
So I want to also show you, I'm going to show you in a second some of what the ICE and Border Patrol said earlier today.
Minnesota.
We'll just watch a little of this next speaker. Then I'm going to show you.
Shabbat Shalom. My name is Rabbi Ariel Lekach Rosenberg. I am the rabbi of Shir Tikva congregation in South Minneapolis. I am so damn proud to be from Minneapolis. Holy One, known by many names, felt in breath and in courage, heard in our cry for justice, be with us now, in this moment. I want to lift up the names of two neighbors, Victor Manuel Diaz, abducted from his workplace in Minnesota on January 6th, who died in ICE custody in Texas on January 14th. I want to lift up the name of Renee Macklin Good, queer poet, wife, parent, murdered in South Minneapolis by ICE on January 7th while observing an abduction in her neighborhood. May their memories be for blessing. May their families be comforted and surrounded in love. So here's what I know, beloveds. Beneath this paramilitary invasion of our state, something new is growing. This civil society, this weaving of love is growing beneath this crust of ice. Underground healthcare, because ICE is in our hospitals. Hybrid schools, because ICE is abducting our parents and our children and our teachers. Mutual aid structures and food distribution, because ICE is patrolling our neighborhood stores. And neighbors are bringing breast milk and menstrual pads and supplies because parents are being abducted and their children are left at home. The scale and stakes of what we now create for one another are immense, are impossible and urgent, and they confirm what we have always known. We need each other. And together we are irrepressible. Irrepressible. So, Holy One, in this time of rupture and change, we know we need more creativity, More experimentation, new courage, new alliances, new possibilities. So will you imagine with me, what songs will we sing when our breath is no longer being used to blow whistles on our street corners? What joy-filled celebrations will we throw, the most epic of block parties, when we can all leave our homes without fear? What healing will our doctors offer? What wisdom will our teachers teach? What clarity will our children hold about the ways that we all belong to one another? What will we create together when we are no longer fighting this culture of death? So let us imagine using all of these beautiful skills, all of this powerful mutual aid, all of this fearless organizing in a world without ICE. So to begin, we know this much. ICE out of Minnesota! ICE out of Minnesota! We must do everything in our power to make it so. Holy One, make us a people who say yes, and yes, and yes to one another. Yes to widening the circle. Yes to shared responsibility. Yes to a courage that is bigger than fear. This moment will take all of us. Let us know that together we are strong.
All right, so what I'm going to do in a second is show you, we've been watching some of this ICE Out rally in Minneapolis. I want to show you some of what I believe it was ICE and Border Patrol had to say today about the situation there. I'm going to do that in a second. Really quick, I want to say thanks to Raymond Alina. Thanks so much, Raymond Alina, for your support. Also, Dan Lampkin wrote in and said, Dan said that when there's no power and or no communication because of the winter storm, it could be very catastrophic if all services are down. Dan said you need to look out for that the cold weather impacts after the storm could be really prominent. We were talking about that a bit with some different areas. So something to keep an eye on. Thanks, Dan, for writing in. And I also want to mention our moderators. A shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now. We have Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, so much for moderating over there on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. We have our Twitch moderators. Bash and Girl here say LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Certainly Dev. We have, by the way, on Twitch, thanks to Crazy and KY and QBat for your support on Twitch, for subscribing, and Jax Haku, and also thanks CC for your support on Twitch. Did I thank Dragon Fury and Estern42? I might have thanked them earlier. And also our Facebook moderators, want to give them a shout out. We have moderating over on Facebook right now. Oops, I'll tell you in a second. Oops, I'm hearing myself. There we go. We have Kayla, everybody, Margaret Riley are moderating. Hey, thanks also Christy Claff for subscribing over there on Facebook. I appreciate it. And thanks to Susan Priest-Buchner for subscribing, and the Facebook stars. Susan said that they closed down some schools for the protest day in Minneapolis. That's what Susan says. Thanks, Jennifer Ellers, for subscribing too over there on Facebook. I appreciate that. All right, so what I want to do is, hold on a second. I want to show you some of the other video.
In Minnesota, and man, we're as mad about that as we are everything else.
All right, so let's watch for a second. This was earlier today. I want to show you, take a look at Gregory Bovino, who is the U.S. Border Patrol commander. And also, he, along with the ICE Executive Assistant Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations, did a press conference about the ICE and Border Patrol operations in Minneapolis. That was today, and I want to show you some of that. I'll show it to you right now. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but I want to take a little look at it. So there is, hold on, I'm going to get on the screen right now. There's Gregory Bovino. So let's see some of what they had to say today about what's going on in Minneapolis. You should hear it in a second. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm getting one ear. I have to change the audio so you hear it on both sides. Let me just do that. Hold on. Oops. That should fix it. I think I just fixed it.
Good morning. I hope everyone's doing well this morning. I'm Greg Bovino, Customs and Border Protection Commander at Large for Minneapolis. I'll begin today's briefing, go through a few things, and then turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Marcos Charles. And at that time, after Mr. Charles is done, we'll take any questions that you may have. So operations continue unabated here in Minneapolis. Several illegal alien criminals taken off the streets yet again over the past 24 hours. Again, that is what we're here to do, and we're not going to be deterred in doing that. We are going to take these criminal illegal aliens off the street and make America a safer place, make Minneapolis a safer place. Again, that is why we're here. Let me detail a couple of illegal aliens we took off the streets over the past 24 hours that were walking our streets over those past 24 hours. Here's one, Mr. Carlos Gomez Acosta, charged with cocaine trafficking and a controlled substance violation. This is an interesting one because this individual was what we would term as a golf, which is a gotaway across the border. This individual crossed the border and was a gotaway. More than likely, over those past 4 years when we had millions crossing the border unabated. This is what we get in our communities. What happens at the border does not stay at the border. And then we have Lin Lee, an illegal alien from Red China. This individual is charged with child neglect and endangerment. Let me say that again, child neglect and endangerment and prostitution. An illegal alien walking the streets of Minneapolis. Now, we just talked children yesterday a little bit. Let's talk a little more since we've got an illegal alien we just took off the streets of Minneapolis that was someone engaged in child neglect and endangerment. Here in the U.S. Border Patrol, I will say unequivocally that we are experts in dealing with children. Let me say that again, experts in dealing with children. Not because we want to be, but because we have to be. Over those past 4 years, hundreds of thousands of children were trafficked across that border. Guess who they came into contact with? Sometimes who was the very first law enforcement agency or American citizen that they saw? U.S. Border Patrol, followed by our counterparts at Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We're definitely the experts at dealing with children, unfortunately. Hundreds of thousands under that last administration. Not to mention the 300,000 lost children, 300,000 plus lost children that were trafficked across that border. Now, when we've got the news media talking about children, I'd certainly love to hear more reporting on the 300,000 lost children. How about the 14 that we recovered at that pot farm a few months ago in Camarillo, California? The 14 lost children trafficked across the border that were found working illegally on a pot farm in California. Very little reporting from the Minneapolis news media here. I didn't really hear much from you guys. And then some of the more heinous crimes against children that are trafficked across the border that ICE and Border Patrol saw daily back when that border was out of control over those past 4 years. I'll detail one for you, folks, that's truly heinous. Border Patrol agents there in the El Centro sector encountered a young child, was approximately 3 years of age. The child appeared to be drugged, not with his parents, with strangers. Agents managed to wake the child up after doing what is known as a sternum rub, which is a technique to wake someone up that may be induced by drugs. As the child woke up, we understood the child's parents were not with him, and medical examination saw that this child had non-surgical sutures in his abdomen. Let me say that again. Non-surgical sutures in the child's abdomen. He was being trafficked across the border in that condition. That's not an isolated event with the U.S. Border Patrol or ICE. We saw that many, many times. Drug children coming across the border, and guess what? Other than a couple of news outlets, I believe News Nation and Fox reported, nobody else would. Nothing on a child with non-surgical sutures in his abdomen, and nobody knows why. Now, the 5-year-old yesterday, some of you had questions on the 5-year-old yesterday. That 5-year-old remains with his family. Let me say that again, remains with his family. We know that. That false media narrative that was pushed out yesterday was false. It remains with his family. But let's talk about who doesn't remain with their family. And I think this is the most important thing that we're talking about with children. How about our victim of the day, a victim at the hands of illegal alien criminals, these same criminals that we are taking off the streets that you see on these screens behind us? This victim was Rachel Morin. She left behind 5 children. Let me say that again. She left behind 5 children after she was killed by an illegal alien from Central America. He decided to murder her and hide her body in a culvert. Oh, wait a second, that was after he raped her. She's separated permanently from her 5 children. Let me say that again, separated permanently from her 5 children. Why isn't that reported on? Very little reporting in the local news media or the news media on those types of situations. Now, I would call this the DSP syndrome. That's a term that I made up. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a Border Patrol agent. It's called the double standard phenomena. Say that again. The DSP is the double standard phenomena. We see this quite often, the DSP. American citizens that are arrested daily here in Minneapolis, are they separated from their children and families? Absolutely, as they should be. Criminals face consequences. Criminals face consequences. But yet that double standard does not seem to apply to illegal aliens. Why is that? Perhaps someone could detail that for me, because I don't quite understand all the parameters involved in the DSP, the double standard phenomena. So, as we continue this mission here in Minneapolis, we will continue to take these bad people, bad things off the streets, despite the DSP, the double standard phenomena, despite the false narrative reporting by many news media outlets. We will continue unabated in our mission to ensure there are no more Rachel Morins separated from her 5 children. And I'll close by saying victims organizations, victims' rights organizations. What about the angel moms? That one's one that's never reported on. How many victims do you need before an organization like that pops up? It's not 1 or 2. I can guarantee you that. Look at MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, from back in the 80s and 90s. That organization popped up because a lot of children were getting killed by drunk drivers. Well, what about the angel moms now? How many victims of illegal aliens that should not be here in the United States are causing family separation for American citizens that's not reported on by most news media outlets? How many does it take? I'd like to ask, excuse me, PBS or CNN or any of the other outlets, how many? How many does it take? I'd love that question. There's another phenomenon there. I would love that question answered. But the fact of the matter is we do have angel moms, a lot of them, unfortunately. It's very heartbreaking to meet them, although they're not reported on very much. Heartbreaking. But we're here to ensure there are no more angel moms. We don't want more angel moms, and that's why Marcos and I are here. U.S. Border Patrol, ICE, and his allied law enforcement teams, we're going to take again these criminal aliens off the streets that you see behind us and that I've shown you this morning. We're going to take them off the streets wholesale. It's on. We won't quit. Thank you for your time this morning.
All right, I'm going to show you something in a
Marcos
second.
Charles. Marcos?
Hang on 1 second here. Hang on 1 second.
Good morning. Thanks, Commander Bovino. Thank
One
you all for being here to get the real facts of what ICE federal partners are doing in the Twin Cities. For us, every day is about public safety, not politics. It's a shame to see politicians and activists spreading fear in their own communities by creating a false narrative about what we do and who we are and who we arrest. The media and political activists have tried to deceive the American public about ICE and our operations. Yet again, they have failed, but the truth matters, and I'm here to tell you the truth about what we do. This week, ICRO conducted targeted enforcement operation to arrest.
Okay, so we saw. I'm not going to play the whole thing. We saw Gregory Pavino speak. So I wanted to mention that person, by the way, who was just speaking is Marcos Charles of ICE. I wanted to talk, so there's been this controversy over this 5-year-old boy. I just wanted to mention this. The controversy over the 5-year-old boy. There's some controversy over children taken into custody. Also, there's been some arrests over this church protest at a church in Minneapolis. So I want to talk about this for a minute. Yeah, and we I can't literally talk about the same thing. I can't literally talk about two things at once. So we did a lot of coverage earlier on the winter storm, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit. You can rewind to see some of our winter storm coverage. If you tune into see that, we're going to talk about some more of that in a little bit. So we have some allegations about a 5-year-old, and then Homeland Security says the press is being misleading. So I want to just talk about this for a second. War Vibe, our viewer, thinks ICE agents are murdering human beings. Hold on a second here. One of our viewers said something like they want more people like Greg Bovino in charge. All right, so here, let's talk about the 5-year-old boy for a second. You can see there's a picture right there on the right. Liam Conejo Ramos, 5 years old. Now, this article is from yesterday from AP, and they said that a 5-year-old boy arriving home from preschool in Minnesota was taken by federal agents along with his father to a detention facility in Texas. School officials and the family's lawyer said, making him the 4th student from his Minneapolis suburb to be detained by immigration officers in recent weeks. Federal agents took Liam Conejo Ramos, there's a picture of him on the right, there. Federal agents took Liam Conejo Ramos from a running car in the family's driveway Tuesday afternoon, the local school superintendent told reporters Wednesday. The officers told him to knock on the door to his home to see if other people were inside, essentially using a 5-year-old as bait, said the Columbia Heights public school superintendent yesterday. The father told the child's mother, who was inside the home and has not been named, not to open the door, said the local superintendent of schools. School officials said the agents would not leave Liam with another adult who lives at the home or an official from the school district. But on yesterday, DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said in an online post, which I'll try to show you that the father asked for the child to stay with him and that they are together at an immigration lockup in Dilley, Texas. The family, who came to the U.S. in 2024, has an active asylum case and had not been ordered to leave the country, said the local school superintendent, who also said, "Why detain a 5-year-old? You cannot tell me this is going to be classified as a violent criminal." So let me show you what Tricia McLaughlin said. This is a post from Tricia McLaughlin yesterday with Homeland Security, which DHS reposted. Tricia McLaughlin said ICE did not target, arrest a child, or use a child as bait. ICE law enforcement officers were the only people primarily concerned with the welfare of this child. To repeat, Tricia McLaughlin of Homeland Security says ICE enforcement officers were the only people primarily concerned with the welfare of this child. The father and alleged mother, she claims, abandoned the child. Agitators scared the child. She said on January 20th, ICE conducted a targeted operation to arrest Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias, an illegal alien from Ecuador who was released into the U.S. by the Biden administration. As agents approached, Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias fled on foot, abandoning his child. For the child's safety, one of our ICE officers remained with the child while the other officers apprehended Conejo Arias. Our officers made multiple attempts to get the alleged mother, who was inside the house, to take custody of her child. Officers even assured her she would not be taken into custody. The officers assured her of this. The alleged mother refused to accept custody of the child. The father told officers he wanted the child to remain with him, which, I mean, a bunch of this is a different story than the other story. So it seems like there's two sides of the story. During this situation, agitators swarmed the scene and began yelling and blowing horns, scaring the child. Our officers' primary concern during this entire operation was the safety and welfare of the child. Following the mother's abandonment of the child, officers abided by the father's wishes to keep the child with him and even got the child McDonald's. And played his favorite music. Father and son are together at Dilley. Again, Dilley is it's a facility, right? Like a holding facility? According to the AP article, it said Dilley is a immigration lockup. Parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children, or ICE will place the children with a safe person the parent designates. This is consistent with past administrations' immigration enforcement. Parents can take control of their departure and receive a free flight and $2,600 with the CBP Home app. By using the CBP Home app, illegal aliens reserve the chance to come back the right way. So again, there's some different stories about this. Wumpy think ICE did nothing wrong. Rick Olson says, is this a Noam made-up story? Holy cow. I mean, very different stories on the two sides. As I mentioned to you, the local school superintendent said officers told the boy to knock on the door to his home to see if other people were inside, essentially using a 5-year-old as bait. The father told the child's mother, who was inside the home and has not been named, not to open the door. School officials said that the ICE agents would not leave the child with another adult who lives at the home or an official from the school district. The local school superintendent suggested the father did not run. Homeland Security said the father ran. She said another adult who lives inside the home was outside when the father and son were taken, but agents would not leave the son with that person. Mary Granlund, school board chair for Columbia Heights Public Schools, told reporters Thursday she had told agents she would take the child before they left with the child. Rachel James, a Columbia Heights City Council member who lives nearby the family, said she saw another neighbor from across the street tell agents they had papers authorizing them to take care of Liam on behalf of the parents. The agents ignored them, said the City Council member. Vice President Vance met with Minneapolis leaders Thursday and said he heard the, quote, terrible story, but later learned the boy was only detained, not arrested. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America, said Vice President Vance, noting that he is the parent of a 5-year-old. AP also says families are reporting that children are malnourished, extremely ill, and suffering profoundly from prolonged detention at the Dilley lockup, where conditions are worse than ever, said Alicia Welch, chief legal counselor at Children's Rights. By the way, students kept at home after their classmates were detained. Columbia Heights, which I believe is a suburb of Minneapolis, public schools, has 5 schools and about 3,400 students from pre-K to 12th grade, according to its website. Most of the students come from immigrant families. Before the 5-year-old, a 17-year-old was taken Tuesday while heading to school, and a 10-year-old and a 17-year-old have also been taken. Attendance has dropped in the schools over the past 2 weeks, including one day where about a third of the students were out from school. The local superintendent said over the past few weeks, ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods, circling our schools, following our buses, coming into our parking lot multiple times, and taking our kids. All right, so anyways, I've tried to give you both sides of this story about the 5-year-old who was taken into custody. D. Jordan says, please, this is normal. Mr. Satnav says, I don't see ICE doing this in Texas. Wumpy Gaming says, you can't just hand a kid off to random people, even the school people, after an ICE operation. That's not how it works. These people don't understand this. LT says, a friend of mine in Minnesota said that when the kids are in school, they don't go outside until the teachers go outside first to make sure ICE isn't around. Great Cornholio says they were here legally awaiting their asylum hearing, should not be taken by ICE. Army vet said Mom of the Year deport her. So that's been going on. And something else I wanted to mention. Hold on a second here. Hang on one moment. There was controversy yesterday over the White House posting a photo that had been altered of one of the people that was arrested for the protest that went into a church in St. Paul, I believe it was on Sunday. Right, if I can find it for you. Is it still posted? Let's see. Yes, this photo right here. This is a photo from the White House yesterday. Arrested far-left agitator Nikema Levy Armstrong for orchestrating church riots in Minnesota. Now, I believe the White House confirmed that she actually was not crying when she was arrested. Kristi Noem posted a different picture of her. Let me show you that. Oh, here it is right here. Sorry. Here. Hang on a second here. Kristi Noem said, Homeland Security investigators and FBI agents arrested Nikema Levy Armstrong, who played a key role in orchestrating the church riots, she calls them, in St. Paul, Minnesota. So again, there she is in the picture. There's the picture. But the White House posted this picture, which appeared to be a digitally altered picture. Great Cornholio said, why would they post this altered picture? What was their motivation? Silent Scotsman says, White House loves using AI. Corpse Po Rate says, lying administration using AI is pathetic. "2020 thinks it makes the White House seem professional. Unprofessional. I can tell you this, that Daniel Dale with CNN yesterday got a statement from the White House on this. And he said the White House said, asked for comment, the White House sent a link to a spokesperson's X post that said enforcement of the law will continue. The memes will continue. Again, asked for a comment. Daniel Dale said the White House has confirmed that the X account image was it was a fake image. And that of the woman crying. And asked for comment, the White House sent a link to a spokesperson's X post that said Enforcement of the law will continue. The memes will continue. So I was mentioning that because I was also going to mention this too as well. Look at this. So this is a story from today. Minnesota activist releases video of arrest after manipulated White House version. A Minnesota activist who was charged for her role in an anti-immigration enforcement protest at a church released her own video of her arrest Friday after the White House posted a manipulated image online. The White House posted a picture on its X page of her crying as she was being escorted by a person wearing a badge. A photo posted by Kristi Noem's account showed the same image with the face wearing a neutral expression. She and at least two others have been arrested for, Levy Armstrong and at least two others have been arrested for an anti-immigration and customs, an anti-ICE protest that disrupted a church where an ICE official also serves as a pastor. She released her own video of the arrest. I haven't seen this yet. I'll have to try to find it. The video was shot by her husband. It shows several federal agents approaching to arrest her. I'm asking you to please treat me with dignity and respect, she said to the agents. One of them said, we have to put you in handcuffs, while another held up a phone and appeared to record a video. Why are you recording? She asked. I would ask that you not record. It's not going to be on Twitter, the agent filming said. It's not going to be on anything like that. Wow. We don't want to create a false narrative, the agent said. At no point in the more than 7-minute video, which shows Levy Armstrong being handcuffed and led into a government vehicle, did Levy Armstrong appear to cry. Instead, she talked with agents about her arrest. She said that she told AP that that her video of her arrest exposes that the Trump administration had used AI to manipulate images of her arrest. She said, we are being politically persecuted for speaking out against authoritarianism, fascism, and the tyranny of the Trump administration. DHS did not immediately respond to a request for comment. I don't have the rights to her video, but I'll see if I can find it and then post a link in the chat so you can see it. I'll check another source here. Is it like on her Facebook maybe or something? I'm seeing a clip of it online. I don't even see a clip of it. Hold on. Okay. No, that's not it. Where is it posted? That's the question, is where is this video posted? Trying to find it here. I haven't been able to find it yet. There's one other place I think it might be. I was gonna find it so I could let you guys see it. Hang on a second here. I don't have it. Maybe somebody will send it to me. All right, we should talk a little bit more about the winter storm. So that's an update on some of the latest from Minneapolis. There was also a report today I wanted to mention that the New York Times is reporting that an FBI agent who sought to investigate the federal immigration officer who fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis has resigned from the bureau. She left her job as a FBI field office supervisor, the New York Times said, after bureau leadership pressured her to discontinue a civil rights inquiry into the immigration officer who shot the woman. That is from the New York Times. Let me take some comments from you guys. I should also maybe show you this. Something else I wanted to show you. Give me 2 seconds here. Do I have some graphics here? Ooh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Oh no, these graphics are... What is going on here? Why are these graphics sideways? Got some sideways... Oh, rotate. There we go. I got some new graphics to show you about the winter storm. This winter storm could be one of the biggest in years for many cities. This article talks about a number of the cities that could be severely impacted by this winter storm. Hey, I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. I want to take some more of your comments here, talk again about the big winter storm. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Cosmic Brownies, our new member, and also Motivational Living. Motivational Living says, these leftists love illegal migrants and crime. Cherry Cope Cola says for the White House to post AI slop is dangerous. It creates distrust which is already a problem in America. I was hearing, is it possible? I was reading something about possibly that the White House posting the altered picture of the woman that was arrested, showing her crying, could undermine the legal case. It could prevent a problem in court, possibly. Where did I see that? Hang on. I'm not sure, though. I saw some people talking about that online. I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know. Yeah, so Anna Bauer, who knows a lot about the law, she is senior editor at Lawfare. So she posted this yesterday. She said, looks like the White House and certain DOJ officials are busy teeing up a motion on prejudicial extrajudicial statements this morning. So what she's suggesting there is that the defense, that Nikema Levy Armstrong's defense, could make some motion in a court claiming this is a prejudicial extrajudicial statement. Again, I don't know enough about the law to know what this all means, but I don't know if that's going to present a problem for the prosecution. I don't know if they're going to say like, well, that, now you can't have a fair trial because they put this out. The Knight's Palace says she has it's defamation. I don't know if the law allows her to sue, say, the White House. Shockingly thinks the case isn't going anywhere unless they can prove the woman physically blocked people from moving into the church or threatened people with bodily harm. I don't know enough about that, though, what she's charged with and the burden of proof and what she needs to be proved with. It's an interesting question. Hey, thanks, Fleshernet. Yes, her name is Nikema Levy Armstrong. Death Adder says it's illegal to disrupt the service. Again, I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know on that whole case. All right, so let's talk a bit more about the winter storm. Oh, CNN is now reporting on the person who resigned from the FBI. Caitlin Collins said the FBI agent who initially began working with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to investigate the fatal ICE shooting of Renee Good has resigned. Soon after the agent opened the civil rights investigation, she was ordered to reclassify it as an investigation into an assault on the officer. So the New York Times is also reporting that, just passing that along. Hang on a moment. Oh, hold on a second. Did President Trump post about the storm recently? 1 second here. That was early. Must have been earlier. No, 38 minutes ago. Hey, while we're on the air, look, guys, President Trump posted on Truth Social about the storm. He said, I have been briefed on the record cold wave and historic winter storm that will be hitting much of the United States this weekend. The Trump administration is coordinating with state and local officials. FEMA is fully prepared to respond. Stay safe and stay warm. President DJT. One of our viewers said, now Keith Smith says, we know we can count on FEMA. Ursula Anderson says, FEMA still exists? One moment here. Just one moment. National Weather Service Norman, Oklahoma says, round one has begun for most of us now. Bands of sleet and snow, some heavy at times, will continue to move north and northeast for the next few hours. Expect weather and road conditions to become worse quickly. That's National Weather Service Norman, Oklahoma. Let me show you our radar. Hey guys, look, it's the weather radar from Radar Omega. This is the winter weather radar. So we have green is rain, orange is mix, purple is also mix, and blue and white is snow. Blue is heavier snow. So again, green and yellow down here at the bottom is rain. The orange and purple is mix, and the white and blue on the top is snow. That is the up-to-the-date radar there. Look at that. That's called Radar Omega. It's an app. I don't know if it's on the web, but it's an app. So we're seeing a bunch of precipitation in Oklahoma, in northern Texas. Oklahoma and northern Texas. Kansas, for example. Looks like some up in Nebraska. One of our viewers, Tony the Night Owl, said, I hope we don't lose our power. This rarely happens where I live. And this storm is going to make its way during the next couple of days across the U.S. to the east. But, let me read this update. So you see the circle there? Oh, hold on. There's some other things I can pull up here. There's an update to read here. Let's go to winter weather data overlays. Day 1 snowfall forecast. Okay, this is the day 1. What's severity index? Okay, hold on. There's a lot to try here. This is the day 1. That's just day 1. That's day 1. Ice forecast and snowfall forecast. Well, this is interesting. Okay, so for day 1, according to Radar Omega, ice moderate risk of 20. This is all day 1 ice risk. Moderate risk of 0.25 inches plus, slight risk of 0.25 inches plus. That's day 1. And then up here, high risk of more than 4 inches, moderate risk of 4 inches, slight risk of 4 inches. So again, I know I just said this 5 times, but that's the day. Those this and this are the day 1 estimates, risk colors for snow and ice. The ice south of the snow. That's just day 1. How do I go back to that? Let's see. Let's see here. I wish I could do all 3 combined. Oh, you can only do 1 day at a time. This is day 2. So day 2, there's the snow risk, and I don't know what is the day. Is it the calendar day? I don't know. That's day 2 there. And that pink area is ice, high risk of more than quarter inch. Those are the high risk areas there. That's the snow risk on day 2 is at the top, and the ice risk on day 2 is at the bottom. And then how about day 3? I'm seeing this for the first time on Radar Omega. That's day 3. The snow and ice risk for day 3. Okay. And as I mentioned, Boston. I read a forecast on the air for the Boston area, where one of the local Boston stations, I think it was Fox 25, they had basically pretty much all of Massachusetts getting over 15 inches of snow. But that's day 3 right there. And then let's go back. Also, there's a severity index thing. Where's that at? Severity index. Shut this off. Yeah, this is actually cool. This is the severity index map. Okay. And it's so just as a reminder, extreme. This is a National Weather Service. This might be from the National Weather Service, but they posted a map like this. Extreme impacts is the absolute worst level, and that's we looked at this before. Northern Mississippi here. There's some places that are forecast to get more than an inch of ice. Once you get to a half inch, that's when it's seen as having like major ice impacts. That's seen as the big threshold for major ice impacts, as we said earlier, a half inch. Quarter inch is significant and half inch is major. But some places in that are supposed to get close to or over an inch. We were talking about this earlier, northern Mississippi here. See it's in the purple? It says extreme is expect substantial disruptions to daily life. But red is major. So purple is extreme, but red is major, and red is expect considerable disruptions to daily life, including widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. That's in the red. And then orange is moderate impacts. Expect disruptions to daily life. Closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. So there's a map that, maybe they're using the National Weather Service map. It seems similar. But that shows you over days 1 to 3, the areas that are expected to be impacted. April Martin said BG on the scene is showing live protesting in Minnesota right now. They look so cold. Minneapolis, I believe the temperature is below -10 degrees right now. It's really cold there. Let me look that up. -12 in Minneapolis. When is it supposed to clear? Well, I believe after day 3, the storm's supposed to move out, but there could be lingering effects from cold weather and also lingering effects, for example, if power is out, that could be for days or weeks. Do your duty, RN says, starting here in Oklahoma City. Let me get rid of this. So that just gives you just a general sense there. And let me just do this, get rid of this. And let's look at this now. So that's the current radar right there. Again, orange is the mix. What is the background of this? Where's the map? Display settings, is that what I want? Map type. I think I like satellite better. Guys, you tell me. Is that better? I kind of like that map better than the black one. What do you guys think? Or is it too weird? Maybe that's not the best. I can see being distracting. Hold on. I think I used to have it satellite. General. Display settings. Map type. There's all these different map types. What to do? There's gray. There's road network. There's satellite cities only. I don't know what to choose. It's going to take forever to go through all these. I don't like gray. Oh, you know what? I can see an alert. I don't think you need the roads though. 2020 says so many choices. I don't know. Gotta keep doing this. No. Dark gray, green. There's a terrain one. The problem with this, I don't know about that one because then I don't know. I feel like maybe you want black for the radar. Maybe when you have the radar up, black is good because you can actually see the precipitation better. What do you guys think? No one cares. The chat doesn't care. Sentient Cannabis says the black helps with contrast. Sydney says so many overlays. Maybe we'll stick with the black one. I do like that this, you know, one thing about this one is I feel like it shows you some of the cities there, but then you zoom in and it gets like that. Let's just go back to the black one. I don't know. It's a little... What can you say? Nothing is perfect. The map with, I can remove the county lines. So that's another, I think my settings got reset. Hold on. Thanks for mentioning that. I think I can remove the county lines. Give me a second. Display, dark, counties. But much better. Line thickness. Oh, this could be better. What is it? What's the line thickness? It's not making them line. What kind of line thickness? Oh no, here we go. Oh, I can make the state lines thicker. That's helpful. That's what I want to do. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So, there we go. Oh, I was going to read you this. So this is, again, the important thing is that this is the current winter weather radar right there. Red, again, orange and purple is a mix. Blue and white is snow. Yellow is rain. And let's see what this discussion is. Is this new? That's like from like 2.5 hours ago. I don't even know if this is new. I think we already read this one. Well, maybe not. So freezing rain and sleet accumulations are beginning across portions of southern Oklahoma and are expected to spread over the next several hours into northern northeast Texas and southern Arkansas as precipitation increases across the region. Freezing rain rates of up to 0.05 inches per hour appear likely along the Red River into southern Arkansas. Now, by the way, that's 0.05 inches per hour. So does that translate? Does 0.05 inches of freezing rain translate into 0.05 inches of ice? You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm confused about because I see both of those being talked about. Does an amount X forecast of freezing rain translate into the amount X of ice. I'm asking Gemini AI. No, not automatically. They say there are several factors that determine how much of that liquid actually sticks and freezes into a solid layer of ice. Runoff, surface temperature, wind speed. Oh, according to Gemini AI, the general rule is that the amount of ice that actually sticks often is 60 to 90% of the liquid rain forecast. So assuming that's correct, that would mean that if you have a rate of 0.05 inches an hour, that would mean you're talking about 0.4 roughly inches an hour of ice. 0.04 inches of ice. Now that might not sound like a lot, but remember, 0.25 inches an hour is that quarter inch of ice, which is seen as, the first significant threshold for significant impacts. And then a half an inch is seen as like the really major threshold for the really major impacts. So 0.04 would be about 1/6 of what you need to get to a quarter inch, and about 1/12 of what you need for a half an inch. Let me read more from this. This is from National Weather Service here. Regional radar mosaics depict 2 plumes of moderate precipitation. Okay. I don't understand this really detailed weather stuff. Okay, fine. Although temperatures across southeast Oklahoma and southern Arkansas remain above freezing as of, this would have been about 6:45 Eastern time, temperature falls on the order of 2 to 3 Fahrenheit per hour are noted in the ASOS-OK mesonet observations. So sub-freezing temperatures are expected within the next 1 to 3 hours as precipitation overspreads the region, and that was a couple hours ago, I think. Anyways, that's just a precipitation summary for this area with the circle inside it. Cray IRL says, I dislike winter so much. But the thing to remember, again, it's helpful to keep in mind about the storm, is that the heavy snow areas are going to be above the north of the heavy ice areas. So keep that in mind. If we can go back here to winter, do we have some warnings here? Maybe. Hold on. Now what happened? Oh, these are like winter storm warnings here. Okay, we can look at those. But meanwhile, let me just mention this. Weather alerts. No, I don't want to do that. There's too many. Sorry, I get confused with all the different data overlays. Winter weather. Severity in, forecast. Day 1. Okay. So day 1, you can see, now I got to turn this off. Sorry. Crazy. So, just this is the day 1. The big color blotches here. This is the day 1 ice risk, and this is the day 1 snow risk. And you can see that the heaviest snow is up here, and the heaviest ice is down here. So the places with the heaviest ice are not going to be the places with the heaviest snow. Just keep that in mind. And that's just for day one. Colin Landbanden, I couldn't get the name, said something about Wichita. It flew by, Colin, I'm sorry. Let me just check. Let me just do something real quick. Hold on. So, you can also, they have up here these different winter storm warnings. You can pick areas and click on them. You can do this at the National Weather Service site too. But for example, I clicked on Dallas, winter storm warning. I assume I clicked on the right one. Let's zoom in here. Dallas here. It says winter storm warning. And I click on it and it says heavy mixed precipitation expected, total sleet and snow accumulations between 1 and 4 inches with up to around 5 inches near the Red River. Ice accumulations between 1/4 and 1/2 an inch. That's not good. And they say for this area, winter storm warning in effect from 6 p.m. this evening to noon CST Sunday. Heavy mixed precipitation expected. The strong winds and weight of ice and snow on tree limbs may down power lines and cause sporadic power outages. Power outage and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. Person should consider delaying all type of travel. Richard Province says Kentucky out of gas. Do you mean a particular gas station in Kentucky? I should also show you the temperature map right now. We didn't even do this. Oh, we got a new update from the National Weather Service, by the way. New update from National Weather Service. So it's kind of hard to see there. Oh, I can see. So see, this is for, there's Texas and there's Oklahoma. So this is Texas. There's the top of Texas right there. And there's, can you guys see? Down here, there's Texas and Oklahoma in the lower left corner. All right, so this came out about 11 minutes ago. Mesoscale discussion. A mix of wintry precipitation will continue across portions of southwestern and west central Texas through the next several hours. Surface observations across southwestern Texas into west central Texas are showing a variety of wintry precipitation types from light snow into the panhandle to a mix of sleet freezing rain closer to the I-20 corridor. There will be a predominant precipitation type of mostly light to moderate sleet and occasional light snow north of I-20, with a transition to light freezing rain along and south of I-20, where a deeper layer of warm air aloft resides. Mixed frozen precipitation to continue over the next several hours. I can't imagine that's doing good for driving conditions there, but that was just put out there by the National Weather Service. Oh, double across above chaos says blanket of sleet across Wichita Falls, Texas so far. That's our viewer. Leslie Ladyhawk says, yay, Texas. David Gray says, get the chopped wood for the fire. Ascension Cannabis says, I filled up this afternoon. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be doing more coverage of this storm this weekend. I mean, you're just going to have building effects and also effects moving into new areas. The Washington Post's Ben Knoll said, I have been forecasting for 2 decades, and I cannot recall a time when so many areas were simultaneously covered by a winter storm warning. In the United States, 53% of the population is under an alert for this storm. Oh, Ben Knoll wrote this article. Hold on a second. So this article talks about some of these 12 cities will be hit hardest by the massive winter storm. Hold on. And then I have some graphics from the Washington Post too. Forecast snowfall through January 26th. There's one map. I want to show you about the different cities. Samurai Pilot says infrastructure is a concern in Texas. Mr. Satnav, I already showed that post, the one you just mentioned. Then we have Winter Storm Severity Index, ice impacts. We talked about that before. Worst ice forecast is in northern Mississippi and some of southern Tennessee, but major ice impacts in these dark red areas here. Some of North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, some Texas, some eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. This is overall winter storm severity index there. Let's look up about those cities. Real quick, I want to thank our moderators. Thanks H. Gardner 23 for your support. H. Gardner says, I'm in the mix and I'm washing clothes and packing a bag in case I lose power. Hanging tough in Texas. A lot of power outages anticipated. Thanks, FlesherNet, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh. FlesherNet mentioned where the video might be that I was looking for before. Let me see if I can find it first. Thanks, L. James Fan 96, who says, 3rd time visiting Dallas in 3 years, every time snow. Thanks, FlesherNet. I just saw your message. Thanks to James, L. James Fan, for being a member. Hang on a second. Thanks also Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub on Twitch. Thanks also Patinshin on Twitch for subscribing, and Devil Doc for subscribing, and Crazy and KY for subscribing. And hang on a moment here. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I didn't see the video on her Facebook. She posted the Nikema Levy Armstrong on her Facebook posted the video of the demonstration. I don't see the video of the arrest there. That's what I'm looking for. The video of the arrest. Anyways, maybe somebody sent it to me. I got to check. I got to check my messages. Thanks also for moderating. We have moderating here. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth Mythical. I really appreciate it. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. Thanks, Berea Beard, who says, what happens to these storms once they leave North America? I don't know. I assume it's going to go off the coast. That's my assumption. I mean, I'm just looking here at these maps, you know, where you see that it moves across. I assume it goes out over the Atlantic. I don't know though. That was just my assumption for this one. Sorry, Berea Beard, I can't give you a better. Riri Patton says they peter out. I mean, maybe just the way the weather works and the way the air is over the ocean and the winds and that kind of thing. Maybe they break up. I don't know. Thanks, Berea Beard. Hold on a second here. Thanks also for moderating. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Our Twitch moderators, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Also, shout out to our Facebook moderators who are over there. Hey, thanks, Mosh, Miri51. I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina right now. It's great. But I am still covering news like we normally do. I'll be doing some videos from here while I'm here too on my personal channel, which is Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd on Twitch. Check that out if you want. Thanks, Death by Blood Loss from Denmark, who thinks that Trump has angered the Nordic gods of cold and unpleasant weather. Hang on a second here. Shout out to our mods on Facebook. I know we've had Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Our viewer, David Karshan, says this is going to be a very costly storm. Sabrina Halal says, East Tennessee here, got wood burner ready to go. Paul Anderson is modding too. I said to you guys, I'm going to show you this report from the Washington Post on these cities with major impacts. These 12 cities will be hit hardest by the massive winter storm. The U.S. is bracing for one of its most widespread winter storms in years, which will start today, which has started. Around 205 million people, says the Post. Across the country, it's like, what is it about? Over 50% of the country is under winter weather alerts for snow, ice, or extreme cold. The storm's journey will take 4 days as it develops over the Rockies and Plains on Friday and departs the Northeast on Monday night. Over these 4 days, a destructive swath of ice will hit dozens of cities in a stretch from northern Texas to southern Virginia, with the likelihood of tree damage and long-lasting power outages. North of there, a corridor north of the ice of the swath of ice. North of there, a corridor of 10 to 20 inches of powdery snow will pile up from Oklahoma to Maine, making some roads impassable and causing significant disruptions to daily life. In between those two, the snow area and the ice area further south of that, in between those there will be a mix of snow, sleet, and freezing rain. This area includes Washington, D.C. and the mid-Atlantic, where shoveling will be tougher because of the crusty layer of ice that forms on top of the snow, and across the upper Midwest, wind chills Friday will nosedive to minus 40 to minus 55 degrees Fahrenheit, which can cause frostbite in minutes. Around 120 million people across the country are forecast to experience sub-zero temperatures through Wednesday. City-by-city forecast. This storm will be noteworthy, says the Post, because of its sheer size. driven by the unusual combination of frigid air from the polar vortex colliding with an atmospheric river. During its peak on Sunday, more than half the people living in the contiguous United States are forecast to experience snow, sleet, or freezing rain simultaneously. Crazy. During the storm's peak, more than half of the people living in the contiguous United States are forecast to experience snow, sleet, or freezing rain simultaneously. So this is at least a dozen cities that will be hit the hardest. Let's look at some of these. Oklahoma City, winter storm impact rating 9 out of 10. Worst of the storm Friday night through Saturday night. The snow-ice dividing line will stretch across Oklahoma. That means Oklahoma City will sit squarely between the two, picking up 6 to 10 inches of snow and sleet as well as a glaze of ice. Dallas-Fort Worth. Impact rating 9 out of 10. Worst of the storm for Dallas-Fort Worth, Saturday through early Sunday. Ice will be a growing problem tomorrow there, the Washington Post says. As frigid air seeps southward across the state, it will allow rain to freeze on contact, leading to increasingly dangerous travel conditions and a risk for downed tree branches and power outages Saturday night into Sunday. And into Saturday night and Sunday, especially when combined with gusty winds. It looks like there could be more ice to the south or east, or to the south and or east of Dallas, including Waco and Tyler, Texas, as well as Austin. Freezing rain could reach Houston. After the storm, frigid temperatures in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in the teens and 20s are expected through Tuesday morning, which could be dangerous in places that lose power. Hey, look at this. Tupelo, Missouri. Winter storm impact rating 10 out of 10. Worst of the storm, Saturday through the first half of Sunday. An area extending from northern Louisiana across northern and western Mississippi, including Tupelo, to northwestern Alabama, is one of the zones of highest concern for crippling amounts of ice. Across this region, ice accretion may reach 1 inch. 1 inch! 1 inch! Winds may also reach 50 miles an hour for a time Sunday, adding stress to power lines and tree branches that become heavier as ice coats them. At these levels, prolonged and widespread utility interruptions and extensive damage are possible, with power outages lasting for days after the storm. Wow. Nashville, 9 out of 10 impact rating. Several inches of snow, followed by a changeover to freezing, sleet and freezing icing that will create dangerous conditions across much of the state. Cincinnati's a 9 out of 10. Heavy snow event for Cincinnati and most of Ohio. It will really pile up on Sunday. 10 to 15 inches widespread in the region of snow. Frigid temperatures will linger for much of next week, as will massive snow piles. Charlotte, worst Saturday evening through Sunday night. Central North Carolina, including Charlotte, Raleigh, and Durham, is bracing for a major ice event from late Saturday through Sunday. Richmond, 9 out of 10. Following snow accumulation of 3 to 6 inches, sleet and freezing rain will move in, bringing significant icing to Richmond and points west. Worst of the storm, Saturday night through Sunday night. Washington, D.C. area, 9 out of 10 winter storm impact rating. Late Saturday night through Sunday night is the worst of it. Heavy snow, sleet, and some freezing rain. Amounts of 6 to 10 inches are expected in D.C. Snowfall would be even more significant if not for a change over to sleet. That will leave behind a crusty layer of ice that makes shoveling harder. And then the sleet may change to freezing rain. Boston, where I'm from, 9 out of 10. The storm is going to be a big one in Boston with deep snow cover, making some roads impassable Sunday night during the storm's peak. Worst of the storm for Boston, Sunday afternoon into Monday. By the way, there is a Patriots game on Sunday. There's a Patriots game on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Could there be an issue with people getting like stuck at the Patriots game? Oh no, it's in Denver. You're right. Patriots, it's in Denver. Yes, it is in Denver, not New England. Thank you for correcting me, because Denver has home field advantage. So I was like, wow, that would seem like a bad time to have a game. No, it is in Denver. It is in Denver. You are correct about that. You are in Denver. People watching the game in New England will be watching it during the storm. Thanks for correcting me. Snow piles will be massive and last for weeks, with frigid conditions hovering near the East Coast into February. What a time to leave for me, Boston area. So those are we talked about some of the cities with big impacts. We're just at the start of it right now. Looney Bin says, ooh, everyone is afraid of winter, ha ha ha. This seems like it's going to be pretty bad. I'm just checking for updates here. Greg Diamond with Fox Weather said that there's been a new record set for the amount of counties under a winter storm warning. 1,312 counties simultaneously under a winter storm warning, and Greg Diamond from Fox Weather says that is a new record for a single storm. Very big storm. Is the what happened to this? Where's my weather list here? Jana says we are feeling it all the way to Alabama. Sherry Bogey says, anticipating this winter snowstorm. Hebrew Hammer thinks we are doomed in Atlanta. James Spann, who's a weather expert, reposted someone who said that some gas stations in Huntsville, Alabama are already out of gas. Guys, just to address this again, people keep mentioning Iran. I don't have anything big and new about Iran. The situation is the same as it was before. President Trump has said he might launch some sort of strike against Iran. He said it weeks ago. It's not clear if it's going to happen. We know that an aircraft carrier group is on the way to the Middle East. It's not there yet. Jennifer Griffin from Fox News reported today that the official source told her the Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is not yet in the CENTCOM region, which is they oversee the Middle East. That's the part of the U.S. military that oversees the Middle East. She said it will be days until it gets there. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, at this point, I know lots of people are talking about it online, as they've been doing for weeks and weeks. And as usual, there's all kinds of people claiming that the thing's going to be tonight. But I really don't have anything big and new to report to you. I really don't. To me, the situation is basically the same as it was yesterday. We found out days ago, multiple reports, the U.S. is moving resources into the region. Eventually they'll get there and we'll see what happens. That's the big Iran update. What can I tell you? I don't have a lot of big news on it. I will certainly, if I hear something that's big and new and reliable, I'll certainly let you know. Okay. Let me just check the weather here. I'm sure we're going to be doing more coverage this weekend, by the way. I'm pretty sure of that. Given this storm is ramping up, who knows what will happen in, Minneapolis. There could be Iran stuff or other developments. So I would not be surprised if we end up doing a bunch more coverage this weekend. But at the moment, I feel like we have talked about the storm and as it's starting to happen, and also talked about Minneapolis. Hold on a second here. Let me just do this real quick. Why am I seeing on the map here? Here is your radar omega current precipitation. There you go. Current radar, guys. The orange is the purple, is the mix. Orange and purple is the mix. The blue and white is the snow. The green and yellow is the rain. Oh, by the way, Easy Intel's dad, that's really nice of you. Easy Intel's dad says starting to sleet here in Dallas. ZB the Great says they postponed Skyscraper Live on Netflix. I don't know what that is. Thank you, ZB the Great. I don't even know what that is. Am I supposed to know? Oh, I see here. Yahoo Sports says that a climber was going to climb Taipei 101 in Taiwan, but I guess it got delayed. It got delayed due to weather. Hollywood Reporter says Netflix postpones a climber's skyscraper climb due to rainy conditions. I had no idea that was going on. I had not heard of it. I guess I'm out of it. Free promo for Skyscraper Live. Thanks, ZB the Great. Michael Avery says free solo guy Alex Honnold. I do just want to take a second and check a couple things here. Let me just make sure of something. If you give me 2 seconds here, while I have this up here. Seems like for a lot of the cities that the worst is going to be, tomorrow and Sunday. Well, some Monday as well. Anybody else having problems with X? Anybody having problems with X? Anyone? I just started having some X problems a couple minutes ago. Is it just on the desktop? Maybe it's not on my phone. No, my phone it's working fine. I think my desktop X is having a problem. People are saying yes. People are saying yes. Starting to see some reports. Yes, there's a number of people on Down Detector who have in the last few minutes reported issues. Some are saying it's working in the chat. Yeah, it's working on my phone. Okay. Oh, I was going to check. I know people had sent me some stuff. Let me just check this real quick. Our viewer H sent me a couple pictures of empty shelves in Maryland. That's what H sent me. But my X isn't working on desktop. But again, oh, now it works. Hold on. Maybe I can pull this up here. Maybe I can pull it up here real quick. Our viewer Twas Ever Was mentions that there is a site oksnowplows.org where you can see Oklahoma snowplows. I don't have the rights to show this site, but if you guys want, you can go to oksnowplows.org. I've never tried it before, and I guess they have some snowplow cameras. Interesting. I'm finding it hard. I can't really access the site right now. Or I'm getting some of it, but it's not working that well for me. Thanks to Twas Ever Was. I'll keep an eye on it. Also, yeah, X is slow for me right now. It's taking a long time to load things. Our viewer H sent me a couple pictures of stores in Maryland. This is from our viewer H. Our viewer H claims these are stores in Maryland. I'm not sure about this, but our viewer H sent me these photos. supposedly of a store in Maryland. PW360 said Lucas Tomlinson on Fox said claimed that Trump was scheduled to stay one more day in Davos but left early and was telling people something may happen with Iran this weekend. I don't know what to say about that. And I didn't see it on Fox myself. Lucas Tomlinson said he heard reports the Israelis asked to hold off on until after Shabbat, which ends tomorrow night. All I can say is, look, whenever there's a situation where, like, it seems like one country is going to attack the other, it's like for days there's all these rumors and stories, and it's like I don't know which of these are true or not. And a bunch of times it turns out to not be true because the attack never happens. So again, I would not be surprised if the U.S. launches an attack on Iran. I'm not going to get caught up in all of the, these reports about the timing and everything because you just don't know. Remember all the reports that it was about to happen 2 weeks ago. I appreciate PW360 reaching out with that, though. Thanks, PW360. I just, don't really... Unless you have, like, multiple outlets all reporting the same thing, that's a little bit different. All right, guys, I think it's time for this stream. I think we've done what we came to do. And this storm is going to be developing. So just to take you back, I showed you this article from the Washington Post. 12 cities will be hit hardest by the massive winter storm. And we went over this, but Oklahoma City, worst of the storm, Friday night through Saturday night. Oklahoma City, Friday night through Saturday night. Dallas, Fort Worth, worst Saturday through Saturday night. Little Rock, Saturday through the first half of Sunday. Tupelo, Mississippi, Saturday through the first half of Sunday. Nashville, Saturday afternoon for first half of Sunday. Cincinnati, Saturday evening through Sunday. Pittsburgh, Saturday night through Sunday. Just keep going. So a lot of this, the worst is to come with this storm. That's the worst. The worst is to come. So I will be doing more coverage, I'm sure, over the weekend of the storm and any other big news that happens. But I think we've done what we came to do, to update you on the storm and Minneapolis and a couple other things. So I really appreciate people joining the stream. I'll post stuff on my X account as I hear it when I'm off the air. But, if there's big news, I'll come right back on the air. My X account is @Lookner, by the way. I'll post a link to that in the chat. But if you'd like, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I would turn on the notifications. There might be something that happens in a half an hour and I have to rush on the air and cover it. But if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our notifications. We have our own notification system. It works great. We do it through Discord. You know what I didn't do? I didn't drink enough water. You know what? Before I finish up here, I literally just have to take 7 seconds and grab some water. The feed ended on Facebook? The feed ended on Facebook. Well, I'm wrapping it up, so I'm not going to restart it. All right, hold on. Watch the radar for 6 seconds while I pour myself some more water, if you want. Hold on. That wasn't too bad. Okay. Why are people saying frozen? I'm on you. The video is not frozen on YouTube. Did we have some kind of glitch? I'm looking at the YouTube stream. It's working. Okay. Oh, sorry. People are saying frozen like it's cold. I don't know. Anyways, hey, so this is Radar Omega, by the way. As we look at this, hey, so our sign up for the free notifications for the channel. You'll get a notification whenever we go live, so you know when we're going live. And the link to the notifications, the mods will post the link in the chat, and you can also find the link for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description. Kay just messaged me saying that the Facebook stream ended. But I really appreciate people tuning in. A lot of people sent me messages, and we read some comments today, which was good, and people sent me news updates. And lots of people posted about Iran in the chat. But yeah, I'm not hiding Iran news for you. I really don't have any new big news for you, honestly, on it. So, you know, people are asking about a U.S. strike on Iran, and I just don't have big news on that. But huge thanks for tuning in live from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Hey, also huge thanks to our moderators. They're fantastic. They've been here today, and I really appreciate it. They're the reason we can even have chat rooms. Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk and Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen. They're over there on YouTube moderating, and all of our other YouTube mods. And our Twitch moderators, like Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Facebook, even though our Facebook stream ended like 5 minutes ago for some stupid reason. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. I apologize. I bet they can't see this. I apologize to all the Facebook viewers. I'll have to post something on Facebook after. And what else can I tell you? Just Catalog says Iran is in a blackout. We aren't getting any real news out of Iran. Well, there's still an internet blackout is still going on in Iran. For the most part, it is. I've been posting about it. NetBlocks has been posting about it. We didn't really focus on that this stream, though. Maybe we'll do it in the future. We'll talk about it more. But oh, I didn't see this. So as of Friday morning, NetBlock says the wider availability of messaging apps is confirmed, and more VPN tunnels are connecting from Iran. However, service is heavily filtered, and observable international connectivity remains low, indicating a FilterNet Plus configuration. With the internet blackout in its third week, seems like it's lessening a bit there. It's according to NetBlocks. Not stormy weather here right now, which I like. But I hope everybody stays safe in the path of the storm. It's very certainly very concerning. Let's see. All right, so thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated. That's so nice of you guys. That is very much appreciated, your support for the channel. Red Wolf, I owe a thanks to Red Wolf. Thank you so much, Red Wolf, for your support. And Bonsai on Discord. Red Wolf and Bonsai on Discord, thank you for your support. And everybody else who donated, Really nice of you. That's what allows the channel to exist. Oh, I owe a thanks to Magua. Hey, thanks Magua for the bits. That's really nice of you. Magua says Dino Nuggy Sauce. Also, Feature Memphitis. Thanks so much. Who says, Northwestern Illinois here, it's so cold out, I decided to leave it out. I don't even want to know what that means. But thank you, Feature Memphitis. And everybody else, if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for supporting the channel. It's so nice of you guys. I greatly appreciate it. And we do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not on the air. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. What was I going to say? Oh, it's the same link as the free notifications link. So you can check out the Discord chat at the same link. Huge thanks to our Discord moderators who help out on Discord. And also, I do want to mention the Agenda Free TV X account. Another great way to find out when we're live, if you're on X and it's working, is the Agenda Free TV X account. I always post there before we're going live. That's Lookner there. I always post on Agenda Free TV before going live. And I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. I feel like it's a little bright there. I'll have to look at the... I'm using my, I'm not in my normal studio. I'm using my portable setup. So things are a little different. So maybe I'll have to maybe tweak it a little bit. Also, hey, if you watch us on YouTube, I would highly recommend turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. The YouTube notifications... Where is this here? Oopsie. To turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you can't see it there. Now you can see it. Click the bell and choose all notifications. I see what's going on. Something is not working right here. Click the bell and choose all notifications. I think I see why things are washed out here. Can I fix this here? Give me a second. Hold on. Why is that happening? There's some sort of... Everything's a little washed out on the screen capture. Why is that happening? Is it... Oh, do I have to do it on this way? I think maybe I have to adjust the contrast or something. It's really washed out. Contrast, maybe? Oh, maybe the contrast. Like that? Is that a little better? I mean, that's obviously too dark, but that's too washed out. Maybe we've got to dial the contrast down. That seems a little better, right? No? Yes? I'm going to go with that for now. Yeah, that definitely works. This is all washed out. Now I got to do it for all of them? Oh my gosh. I'll deal with this. I'll deal with it later. Apply to all link sources. That's what I want. I think I fixed it better. A little better. Anyways, hey, also, huge thanks to our... I didn't thank our Twitch subscribers early in the broadcast. That's totally my fault. And I didn't thank our YouTube members early in the broadcast. That's totally my fault. Sorry. CC, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. All of our Twitch subscribers who support the channel, really appreciate it. Wall Street and Shaggy and Ascension Cannabis. I'll have to do it earlier next time. I'm really sorry about that. Emilian, Tech Slug, CC, Chi-Town Bear, Beautiful Profanity. Thanks for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3. Patinshin, Devil Doc, Crazy and KY, Qbat, Jax, Haku. Thanks to them and all of our other subscribers. All of our Facebook subscribers, but there's no Facebook stream right now because it ended earlier. Not my fault, but sorry to our Facebook viewers, but I really appreciate all of our Facebook subscribers as well. I'll thank them next stream when they're watching. And our YouTube members, huge shout out to you. Roberts Make was one of our moderators. Cogito Ergo Sum, UV Lightning, CAC 813, Gary Baines, Cherry Cola, Evelyn in Maine, Evelyn VAZ, Danielle Klingenberg, Gemini Rose, Benny Hill, thanks members, Riri Patton, the one and only CAC 813, I think I said that, Patricia Grace, Dreaming in Color, Criminy, Gary Baines, CAC, Xyley, J.K. Sinar, AAAR on, thank you. And all of our, it's Becca Lilly and all of our other viewers. Rocket Bombs, thanks for watching. Kina Rose, Desert Tree, thanks Gigi. All of our X viewers as well, thanks for watching over there on X. U.S. Rights and Freedoms. Thanks Cameron Patrick for watching. Thanks Shin Jimmy Co. and Magua for watching as well. All right, if there's big news, we can cover it. If there's big news tonight, I'll come back on the air and cover it. How's that? How's that? But the storm is starting, guys. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching again. I really appreciate you being here. Shinji, I got your message. Thank you, Shinji. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching our live news update, and I will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.